Thank you, my lord. I am ready with the first witness. It's number 6 on the list. Mr. Bedwell. I must apologize. I've been so busy with other arrangements that I assumed that the court orderlies would be prompt and in attendance. So I see no court orderly here, so I don't know what is indeed, my lord. Well said. My lord, the other problem that I have is I can't see your lordship's face due to this one camera. So I would ask this lady, not now, once we adjourn, that the camera just be moved to an appropriate spot. Yes, thank you, please. Advocate Thobejane has now assumed the role of court orderly. You just go and check. Yes.
Maybe in future to assist us with dealing with this issue, maybe my learned friend can just arrange that the accused be brought up 15 minutes before court commences. I think it would just be much more convenient for everybody.
Yes, thank you, my lord. My lord, I call my first witness, Mr. Betwal Zamukele. He's number 6 on the list, and he is the complainant in count number 6. He will obviously also testify about the other attempted murder counts with regard to the Sibanyoni matter. My lord, the court will recall that yesterday the defense were so generous as to offer admissions, and we drafted those admissions last night and printed it and prepared it. Apparently it's not good enough for them, so they asked that it be stood down until after tea. So we will deal with that later. Yes. This witness will prefer to testify in isiZulu, my lord. And this witness also indicated to us during consultations that he does not have an objection of being filmed and recorded. I must, however, already place it now on record that the majority of the witnesses with whom we consulted has a serious problem of being recorded or filmed in any way, or named even. So I'm just placing that on record already. I will alert the court every time before a witness testifies as to the position.
Before we commence with this witness, I noticed that the witness has certain documents in his possession that he is looking at. May I request that the witness not be assisted with any documentation unless properly placed before him?
My lord, it's probably a copy of his statement, but I will just ask him to put it away.
Get them a document, the statement, son.
It's my statement. Yes, ma'am.
So, is there anything in the law that prevents the witness from having a statement?
My lord, we do not know whether that statement was made when it was fresh in his memory.
Just hold on a second.
Just a minute, ma'am. This is statement that says the map is list.
Yes, so the statement is.
That's correct, madam.
A27 and A6. Is that, can I just ask you, have you been privy to that statement before now?
Correct.
Has that sort of statement been disclosed to you?
It has been
Have
disclosed.
you any objection to the witness having that statement in his possession?
My concern would be, my lord, with respect, that the only time that a witness is entitled to the contents of the statement previously proposed to is when the proper basis has been laid and for memory refreshment. Not to basically testify, because in my respectful submission, it infringes the right to cross-examination to a certain extent. So that is my concern. Court pleases.
Ms. Swindler?
My lord, may it please the court, the law is quite simple. You are not entitled to give your statement of evidence. It infringes the rule against giving evidence viva voce. And that is as old as time immemorial when it comes to it. You need to give evidence based on referred to a statement that you made before. It infringes the rule that says you need to give viva voce evidence. May I please the court.
I confirm with the sentiments that has been expressed.
As the court pleases, though it doesn't affect me, but the only time the witness would obviously have the latitude of refreshing his mind is before he gets into the stand, and that the prosecutor should have done before to say, do you want to read your statement? And at that time he would have been allowed, but not to have the statement as he's busy testifying. As the court pleases.
My Lord, I was not going to lead this witness with his statement in hand, so that was never my intention. So I will just ask that the statement be put away. He doesn't need the statement. He can just tell his story.
If it becomes necessary and you have to resort to the statement deal, no objection.
Sicela amagama akho ephelele. Bethwell Mzamocele. That's correct, my lord. Inkantolo ifuna yazi ukuthi manje lapha nesikole ufunde wafika. Lapha ke kwisingezi English ume kanjani English ngasi usikhuluma kanjani English medium man medium eqokayo Come on, so medium.
Is today the first time that you have had occasion to give evidence in a court?
Ingabe ke uyaqala uzothuba ufakazi wenkantolo ephakeme yamacala?
Ngiyaqala la ithoba.
Yes, correct, my lord.
What the court will do is nonetheless
manje ke inkantolo izakutshela ukuthi ke manje ukuthi kusenziwa kanjani la inkantolo. That's correct, my lord.
When you come to a court of law for evidence, you are required to take the prescribed oath.
Manje ke mawuze la inkantolo ne uzawucela ukuthi ke manje ke uthathe isifungo noma ke manje utshele inkantolo ukuthi ke manje awunayo inkinga ukuthi ke manje uzathatha isifungo futhi affirmation. That's correct, my lord.
Do you have any objection?
Ngaba nenkinga.
I am not here.
The witness is not taking the prescribed oath.
If you take the prescribed oath, would you consider it to be binding on your conscience?
Manje mawuthatha isifungo ngabe uyazi ukuthi manje sibophela kunembeza wakho. Yes, my lord.
Can you please repeat after the court, raise your right hand and say the following?
Phakamise ichance sokudla ukhulume lamagama alandelayo.
I swear
Ngiyafunga
Ngiyafunga
that the evidence that I shall give
ukuba ufakazi engizobuthula
ufakazi engizokuthola
shall be the truth,
yoba iqiniso,
uzoba iqiniso,
the whole truth,
iqiniso lodwa,
iqiniso lodwa,
and nothing but the truth.
hayi enye into iqiniso.
hayi enye into eqiniso.
So help me God.
uNkulunkulu ngisize.
uNkulunkulu akusize.
Right, you can put your hand down. Now, what's going to happen is the following.
Naku ke ekuzokwenzeka.
Mr. Who appears on behalf of the state is going to ask you certain questions relating to an incident which you're going to testify about.
Manje ke umesilero ke umshushisi la mama ume lapha ke manje uza kubuza ke manje ngesigameko esisenzekile ngela.
You must listen carefully to our questions and answer them to the best of your ability.
manje umlalele kahle uphendule ngayo yonke indlela onokwazi ukuthi ungamphendula ngayo. That's correct.
If there's anything at all that you do not understand in her question, remember that you enjoy the right unto yourself. To say to Ms. Lulu, she can please repeat that question in order that it becomes clear to you so that you may react later.
Mara ke uMsileru ukhona umbuzo ethe wakubuza wona wangawuqondi kahle unalo ke manje ilungelo lakho lokuthi ke manje ungamcela ukuthi ke manje awuphinde lo mbuzo.
That process is called examination.
Lokho manje ukuthi ukuthi ke manje ubuzwa ke manje imibuzo ubufakazi bakho obuthula umela.
Once Ms. Veru is finished with that
manje ke mayeseqedile uMsileru ke manje eke ukubuza ke imibuzo abameli umsolo wokuqala wesibili wesithathu wesine nowesihlanu nabo kanjalo bazakubuza ke manje imibuzo ethize manje ke manje nobufakazi sokuthule phambi kwankantolo. Sezwana? Understood?
Similarly, you must listen carefully to the questions that are posed to you by counsel, answer them to the best of your ability, and if there's anything at all that you do not understand in any of those questions, please remember that you enjoy the right unto yourself. To say to counsel, please repeat the question in order it becomes clear to you so that you may react thereto.
Nabo kanjalo nimakabuza ke manje imibuzo. Unalo futhi ilungelo lokuthi ke manje maka ukhansela noma ilawyer kubuza umbuzo mangawubisi kahle usenalo futhi ke manje ilungelo lokuthi ke manje angaphinde futhi ke manje awubuze umbuzo wakhe. Ngoba manje ukhumbule mawuhleli la unayo ke manje inkululeko yokuthi ke manje ungayenza yonke into ukuthi uqede ukukhuluma la. Yazwakale? Understood now?
Once that process finished by all five of the counsel and you have on the field, which is cross-examination, there may be areas and aspects that may be unclear. Ms. Veru will have a further opportunity to ask you clarifying questions to deal with those matters that are unclear.
Manje ke labameli bonke mabasebeqedile ukubuza ke manje imibuzo ne uMsileru ongumshushisi naye futhi ke manje nokukuthize afuza ukuze manje ucacise kahle naye angaphinde abuye futhi ke manje akubuze futhi lokho ukuthi ubadisele kahle ukuthi ukhuluma uthi. Yazwakala? Understood?
After Ms. Veru is completed with those questions which for the examination, there may be still areas and aspects in the mind of the court that may be unclear, whereupon the court will ask you clarifying questions, whereupon thereafter you will be finished with that.
Manje ke mayeseqedile uMsileru yena umshushisi nenkantolo mayithi inkantolo ke manje ukhuluma ngayo ujaji naye khona ukuthize hlezi ke manje afuna ukuthi manje acacele kahle naye ngahle ke manje alandelise ngemibuzo ukuthi ke manje acacele ukuthi ke manje ubukhuluma ukuthini ngesikhathi uthula ubufakazi bakho. Sezwana? Mawusoqedile ke manje ujaji kubuze ke manje imibuzo kanjalo uyasoqedile ngobufakazi bakho. Yazwakaleka? Understood my lord? Ke manje uyaqonda ke manje ukuthi kuyosebenza kanjani la enkantolo?
Ngiyaqonda.
I do understand the procedure.
The next thing the court wants to explain to you is the following. In front of you, you have a microphone, the one with the red light. That microphone records your voice, but it does not amplify your voice. You must speak up loudly and clearly because whatever you are saying, firstly, is being recorded by the recording device, but secondly, there are people who are seated in the courtroom who would like to hear what you are saying. So you must please speak in a loud tone of voice.
Lalela ke manje la lo mic lo umic orecordayo sizwana urecorda wena kepha awuphakamisa izwi lakho ukuthi lizwakale phezulu sizwana manje wena futhi ukhulumele phezulu ngoba ke manje lo mama lo uyarecorda sizwana na umphakathi nangu uhlezi lapha na ufuna ukuzwe kahle lokho ukukhulumayo futhi ukhulumele phezulu. Yazwakaleka?
Ngikuzwakela.
Understood man.
The next thing the court wants to draw your attention to is that you must please give your evidence in small sections so as to allow the interpreter the opportunity to interpret whatever you are saying for the accused persons and for the record, and secondly, give the court and counsel the opportunity to write down exactly what you are saying.
Manje okwesibili okugqibela ne ushayindu kwemfishane awukhulumelisa futhi ushaka kancane
kancane kabi.
ya ngoba la abameli bakhona la bayabhala lokukhulumayo naye inkantolo kanjalo futhi ke manje iyabhala phansi notoliki futhi umnikeza isikhathi yazwakala
Akuzwakala.
understood mela
Thirdly, the court wants to indicate to you that at any time during the course of your evidence, if you want to take a comfort break for whatever reason, whether you want to go to the bathroom or you are feeling tired and you want to stop for a few moments, please inform the court and the court will assist you accordingly.
mawuse la ke manje uthula ubufakazi ne hleze uyakhathala noma ke manje ufuna ngasese sizwana phakamisa nechance yakutshela inkantolo ukuthi usafuna a break noma ukhathele noma usafuna ngase toilet ngasese yazwakaleka
Ngingahlala mhlambe phansi.
ima
Lastly, the court is going to invite you to take a seat if you so desire. Would you like to take a seat?
manje ke ekokuqedela inkantolo izakuthi manje mawufuna uhlala phansi inkantolo iyakunikeza ithuba lokuhlala phansi manje inkantolo iyabuza ibuya lapho wena ufuna uhlala phansi yini
Yeah, ngifuna uhlala phansi ngiphumule.
yes my lord I want to sit and I want to rest
To take a seat?
ngahlala phansi indoda
Right. Now, can I just ask you, are you relaxed?
unethezekile manje
Akufani.
yes my lord uhleli kahle
Hayi planka la.
this is it's a plank my lord
But are you feeling any better from where you started to where you are now? You're
Kot-
feeling a bit more relaxed.
kodwa uziva ngcono ukuthi ukhululekile manje akufani
Akufani.
yes
And do you have your permission to continue?
singaqhubeka ke manje
Asiqhubekeni.
yes my lord
My Lord, before my learned friend commences leading the witnesses' evidence, there was an issue brought to my attention pertaining to yesterday, where one of the state's witnesses were present through the duration of what transpired yesterday. If my learned friend can just confirm that there's no witnesses present that's going to give evidence on this matter that transpired yesterday.
Yes.
Any of your state witnesses interviewed before?
Yes, my lord, no witnesses except for the investigating officer, obviously. But, my lord, it was brought to my attention yesterday, and I must say that I've taken it sternly, and there must have been a miscommunication between me and the witness because it was explained before. So no witnesses should be in court now.
Thank you so much. Just to confirm again, if you just ask, is there anyone in the gallery that is seated here that is a witness in this case or could be?
ingaba khona lapha ohleli lapha kwigalari lapha kini ozazi ukuba ulayini lapho uzothula ubufakazi
There's no one here?
ukhona lapha no one
Right, the court is not here. Counsel, do you have
In any event, my lord, I don't think there's any prejudice suffered by any party because it was just pre-proceedings yesterday. Thank you, my lord. Mr. Kele, is it correct so that you, on the 10th of August 2022, were employed by Bidvest Protea Coin as a security officer?
ingaba ke kwiqiniso ukuthi nge-10 zikaAugust 2022 wawungumuntu osebenza njengonogadi
Kweqiniso.
that's correct that's true
Where were you stationed or based that night?
ngoba ubusuku lokho wawusebenzela kuphi noba ipost yakho yayiphume kuphi
Post yami yayise car park ngaphandle kwe golf estate.
my post was at car park outside
The
golf
golf estate.
outside golf estate
Where is this golf estate situated?
ikuphi igolf estate tholakala kuphi
Okay, ngaphansi kwePretoria but indawo ebizwa ukuthi Centurion.
it's under Pretoria at the place known by Centuro
At that stage, on the 10th of August 2022, how long have you been working for Bidvest Security?
Manje ke ngalo mshalo ka 10 August 2022 wayenesikhathi esingakanani usebenzela ke iBedford Security.
angibe lapha bengisuka kwamanye amaside.
Let me put it this way, before I worked there I was from other sites.
Ngicabanga ukuthi lapha benginabo ma 5 months ngifikile.
I think there I was there for 5 months
At
approximately.
At the Gulf Estate?
At Gulf Estate? Yes.
Exactly where on the Gulf Estate were you taking your post to guard that night?
Ngoba ubusuku lobo uphine ndawo lapha ne Gulf Estate ngalobusuku lobo wawusebenza la khona noma wawugada khona ngonogada khona
Sebenzela ecar park kwi paving.
at car park. The car park is at the paving.
Let me put it this way, so if one would stand outside the Gulf Estate looking towards the street section, on which side would you say were you of the entrance to the Gulf Estate?
Angitsho ke manje umuntu mayebe ngaphandle eGolf Estate ne ebheke ngasestradeni wokuphi ihlangothi ngaphandle.
Benguhlangothi lesinxele.
I was at the side at the left hand side of the building.
Then mawuphuma ngaphakathi ngwa left.
When you are exiting the building, it's on the left hand side.
Were you alone on guard there at that point?
Ngelo langa lelo wawuwedwa noma
Ngalelo langa besu2 way1 wahanjiswa. La kusho ukuthi mangaba sekufika isikhathi lese u7 or u9 or u11 ebusuku kuthathwa oyi1 usala uyi1.
we were 2 in that post, but the other one was already taken somewhere because around 7 o'clock or 9 o'clock or 11 o'clock, they will separate us. They will take another person to another post.
Do you know Mr. Mazibuko?
Uyamazi uba uMazibuko yini?
Yamazi Mazibuko.
Yes, I know Mazibuko.
Kayaletu Francis Mazibuko, my lord, I'm referring to witness number 4 on the list. Can you tell the court where was he later that evening?
Ungatshela inkantolo ke manje wakuphi uMazibuko ngelelanga lelo ebusuku?
Okay, uMazibuko usebenza njenge controller.
Mazibuko is working as a controller.
Yes.
Then uMazibuko okay kusho ukuthi wasuka angisebenzi naye posting but ngisebenza njenge controller.
I'm not working with Mazibuko at the post. He's working as a controller.
Yeah. Then ngalelo langa wasuka ezonginikeza i2-way radio.
In the day in question, he came to me to provide me with a 2-way radio.
Yeah.
Can you now tell the court in your own words what transpired that evening that made you to come and testify here today?
Manje ke ngamagama wabo. Ngatshela ke manje inkantolo. Ngoba ubusuku lo yini okwenzekile. Lo nto lo yiyo ke manje kwenza namhlanje ube la enkantolo sizwa ngamagama wakho ngatshela inkantolo.
Okay, ngizoyiqala kanje. Mangikhumbula le nto la i-reflector as if into yenzeka izolo.
Then I will start this way. If I'm thinking about that incident, it's like it happened yesterday.
Okay, ngalelo langa bafika iFerrari ebovu.
In the day in question, there arrived a red Ferrari.
What time would you say was that, more or less?
Kwesikhathi bani ke mono camangela?
Bayifika iFerrari
Kwesikhathi bani mawucamangela?
My case.
25 to 11.
It was around 25 to 11.
What time of day was it?
Beku sebusuku noma bekusemini.
Bekusebusuku.
It was at night.
Yes.
Kubeka.
Okay. Mayifika iFerrari ebomvu ilandelwe yi-Golf 7R elimhlophe.
Then after that Ferrari arrived there, it was followed by a Golf.
Yes.
Enjani ngombala?
White.
Golf 7.
Golf 7.
White Golf 7.
Yeah. Ya ngaleso sikhathi nginaye kuMazibuko manje uzonginikeza iradio ngoba uprepare ukuthi sikwazi ukuthi sicommunicate necontrol noma mhlawumbe sibona something.
Then at the time when these motor vehicles arrived there, I was still with Mr. Mazibuko because he was there to give me or provide me with a two-man's radio so that we can able to communicate with the control or with the control room.
Okay. Masabhekile udlule iBM white.
Whilst we were standing there looking, then we saw a white BMW passing.
Ihamba starach. Ngathi khona umuntu abambheka uri balahlekile.
It was in a slow motion, as if there were people who were looking for something.
Wehle ifasteli ivuleke kancane half ngaku left.
And the window of that BMW was lowered down a bit from the left hand side.
After vele ishaye i-U10 erobot ishaye nje i-U10 lapha phakathi erobot.
And then immediately when it was by the robot, it made a U-turn. Yes.
Ivele izongena la emakhaya park la wethu la kungene khona le Golf R nale Ferrari.
Then it came and parked where at the car park where there was a Ferrari and the Golf 7.
Vele yehle vele kwehle nje abafowethu abayi2 ukuqala.
And then two male people alighted from that motor vehicle.
Bavele behle badonsa ama AK47.
When they alighted, they drew out their AK-47s.
Firstly kushuthi babona ukuthi kahle ngathi ngibabonile. Ibullet lokuqala lingimiss.
Then they saw that I spotted them or saw them, and then I was missed by the first bullet.
Mazibuko athi cele asibaleke.
Then Mazibuko said to me, "Kale, let's run away."
Hey. Okay, sharp masibaleka uMazibuko.
My lord, I just need to place on record that the witness is clearly emotional at the moment. So I can note that he is reliving the moment. I will just ask him if he is ready to proceed and
Okay, uMazibuko sidonsane noMazibuko ngimdoze ngimbeke ngale kwesihlahla ngoba like lapha eGolf State kuneyihlahla.
Yes, we pulled each other, myself and Mazibuko. Then I managed to pull Mazibuko behind a tree that is there at the golf course.
Then lapha ya kunalento abayenze ngeconcrete iwu4 corner so ibeka nje ibloom lamabloom lawa sema estate yabona.
Yeah, and then there's something like a structure which is built on a concrete, and then there are flowers that are planted in that structure.
Mina ngime ngibheka isimo ukuthi kwenzakalani.
Then I stood there and to look of what was happening or the incident of what was transpiring that day.
Baqhubeke labafowethu eyibadubule yo.
They continued shooting at us.
No, manje abasadubula bebhekise ngakithi badubula bebhekise kwiGolf R.
They were shooting, but they were not shooting at our direction. They were shooting at the Golf 7.
Yeah, badubule phihlizeke iwindscreen.
And then they shoot at the Golf 7 and they smashed the window.
Amemeza uMazibuko wathi cela ngeke sife ukhona uphethe isibhamu.
Then Mazibuko screamed at me and he said, uttered this way that, Kele, we can't die while you are in the position of a firearm.
Restored.
Then I pulled up my firearm.
Score.
Then I cocked it.
And shy.
Then I fired some shots.
I shy.
Yes, I fired some shots.
Was 5 bullets.
Then I shoot 5 rounds of bullets. Then I peeped a bit. They were standing there, my brothers.
Okay,
Then I can spot it. I can see that one of them has been injured a bit. When?
Yeah.
He ran into a motor vehicle. That person. Then he entered that motor vehicle through a window. And at that time, I was firing shots, or I was pushing him with bullets. I pushed him with bullets. Pushed him. And the other one was shooting, but shooting at the occupants who were inside that motor vehicle. The one of them, I don't know who is that person. Then he said, die, you dog. Then he started shooting again.
Then
and then the other one who was inside the motor vehicle, then he tried to get out of the motor vehicle. Then he went up to the robots. Then I said to him, come back, because now when we are going that direction, you do not have any protection. Then I was shooting on a prone position, lying on my stomach. And the occupants who were inside that motor vehicle, then they come out of that motor vehicle and they run scattered. And I saw the other one jumping the boom gate. The one who was wearing a white shirt. Lalela ke manje sinemoto eziningi.
I also request that the witness goes a little bit slower.
But it's keeping pace with the how fast he fired shots.
That's correct. That's what concerns me. Because I'm not in pace.
What counsel is asking is that what you should do is don't let your evidence be commensurate with the duration of the shots that you fired. Just take your time and tell us slowly, because I think counsel has been having a little bit of a challenge in following the evidence. The court also is having a little bit of a challenge. I can understand it was a stressful time, but just take your time.
Yeah, you can't do it here. So good manje yayisi stress ngelanga leli bacela ke manje ukuthi ungakhulumisa futhi sizwa ubanikeza isikhathi sokuthi ke manje bebhale njengoba ke manje ukhasela ukukhuluma sizwa. My lord, to make me say this, my lord, it makes me angry, because now this thing could have long time finished.
The court understands that you were there, you were on the scene. I can understand your emotions also. The court understands that.
Inkantolo iyakuzwisisa ndoda, iyakuzwa.
Remember, none of us were there with you. So you are our eyes and our ears, and you are going to then tell us, and we need to tell the narrative as if we are seeing the movie here. You need to just go slowly and take us.
Yeah, inkantolo iyazwisisa ukuthi awukhona lapha. Khumbula ukuthi thina labantu sonke sila besingekho lapha sizwa. Uwe umuntu ebelapha. Inkantolo iyazwelana nawe sizwa. Manje wena uyiso lethu. Fuze ke manje usitshele ukuthi ke manje wabonani. Inkantolo lithi ke manje yabona ukuthi ke manje wawubona le movie ke manje thina sisilalele wena njengabantu ke manje ngathi sibheka umovie siyezwana. Kodwa ushine ukwenza. Yazwakale. Mawenza so asuzukuze siya record. Yazwakale baba. Understood.
Now,
just tell us, we were at the stage where you were on your tummy and you were continuing fire. Just tell us what.
before you continue, Mr. Kele, I just want to take you one step back, and I don't want to interrupt your train of thought, but can you just tell where you said that you pushed this person with bullets and that you wounded him? Can you tell the court, and then you said that he jumped into the vehicle. To which vehicle are you referring?
Yeah, uthi ke manje lo muntu wampusha ngamabullet angithi. Wampusha. Waze wangena ke manje emotweni. Hey phile emoto wangena kuyo lo muntu wampusha ngamabullet.
ile babehamba ngayo iPM.
Yeah, I pushed him in the motor vehicle that they were traveling with APM.
Now, before you continue, in this process of shots being fired by the people from BMW, we will get to that, how many there were, but what happened to the people at the Ferrari and at the Golf?
Ngesikhathi ke manje kunokudubulana phakathi kwabantu bakho be-BMW nawe. Kwenzekeni ngalo abantu bebekulapha kwi-Ferrari nakwi-Golf. Ngesikhathi ukudubulana lapha.
Okay, babalekela ngaphakathi.
They ran inside. Babalekela phakathi kuphi?
eGolf Estate.
Or they ran inside the Golf Estate.
Up to that point, can you tell the court how many occupants of the BMW did you observe?
Manje ke ngatshela inkantolo ukuthi ibangapha abantu bengilapha kwesithuthi se-BMW. It was 3 occupants.
Would that include the driver?
Mawuthi ibe ngabantu abathathu. Ubalela no driver?
Mbala no driver.
Yes, I'm including the driver.
Previously, you referred to more than one, what you call an AK-47. Can you tell the court how many AK-47s did you observe?
Ukhulume ke manje ngombayimbayi AK-47. Ubona ama AK-7 nama AK-47 amangaki la?
Icima abantu ezazilapha ngizazi u3.
AKs, there were 3 AKs.
Did you know from before that day how an AK-47 looked?
Manje ngoba ukhuluma ngombayimbayi lo AK-47 ngabe uyazi ukuthi ngaphambi kokwenza lo sigameko wawumuntu oyaziyo manje ukuthi ngoba le AK-47 noma kanjani? Yes, I know it like that.
When you were firing your shots from what you call a supine position, you know, I was lying down on your stomach, what was Mr. Mazibuko's position? Where was he in relation to where you were shooting?
Ngesikhathi manje ukukhuluma ukuthi ke manje wawudubula ke manje ulele ngesisu. Where could you go manje? Ngesikhathi udubula.
Okay, umazibona wayilele ngesisu.
Manje Zuluku was also lying on a prone position.
You may continue. So, or maybe just before you continue, just another question, and that is, you said, someone said, "Die, you dog."
Ukhulumile ke manje ukuthi ukhona umuntu othe yifanja.
Yeah, ukhona.
Yes, there is a person.
Who said that?
Bani okhuluma kanjani?
In what language?
Bani okhuluma lo magama? Futhi bakhuluma ngawapha ngephi language?
Kulabafowethu laba ebebezodubula. Oyi-1 wabo wathi yifanjani abangenze ngazi ukuthi bani.
Or to those people who were shooting at us.
Babesho
One of them uttered those words, ifanja. Even though I cannot point that person, but he was saying that in isiZulu.
from where you were positioned, what would you say is the distance between you and the BMW where it came to a standstill and the firing ensued?
manje la uthi waqasha nala i-BMW yayimekho mawu nositshela utshela enkantolo yayi-distance engakanani suka la uqashe khona nala i-BMW yayimekho.
noma ngakuphathana nje ne-measuring tape ngalelo langa.
Even though I did not have a measuring tape with me in the day in question,
okungasikude kungaseduze kakhulu mhlawumbe i-distance ukusuka la kube mhlawumbe angisole ukusebenzana sesilela 15
kulaba abahleli nayo.
kulaba abahleli la kule tafula kakhulu khona
Okay.
i-distance.
Yes, I'm sorry to point out that woman who's sitting here on this panel. That woman who's wearing the last one. That other woman. It's from the distance where I'm testifying to that woman who's sitting there. Wow, it's like a 5 meter.
I would agree, my lord. You may continue. How did the incident further unfold?
I'm sorry, madam. There's something that he mentioned before this court, and I did not interpret it because we were interjected. Whereby he was saying he saw someone who was running, and then, according to him, he saw to it that he was injured he was shot on the stomach because he managed to spotted his intestine outside. Yeah, siphelele laphana ke manje abanye bebegijima wabona omunye egijima amathumbu engaphandle then explain law bathi uqhubeke lapha ngaphandle amathumbu asana.
Indeed, my lord, thank you.
Bawucela sisazivocavoca sizawubuya laphana ku-half past. Sayibambile. The witness confirmed that now.
Mr. Taylor, you were last busy telling us that you observed that you wounded one of the occupants of the motor vehicle and that you saw his intestines.
Usiphelele lapha ke manje uthi ke manje ubona ukuthi omunye walabantu laba ebethola ukulimala futhi ke manje wasutshela inkantolo ukuthi ubona amathumbo wakhe.
Hayi walimala yilo owayekade egolf ilaba begolf uyena wayilimela kulaba anginasho ukuthi mhlawumbe wali ukhona walimala kubona kulaba ababehamba bePM.
The person who was wounded is the one who was from the Gulf, but I'm not sure about the occupants of the BMW, whether they were injured or not.
Can you tell the court that at that night during the incident, did you know any of the occupants of the Golf and the Ferrari? In other words, the victims that were shot at. Did you know any of them from before the incident?
Manje ngelanga lesigameko olubusuku bokwenzeka lesigameko ingaba wawubazi yini labantu bebehamba ngeFerrari noma bebehamba ngala moto iGolf omunye wabo wawubazi ngaphambi kwenzeka lesigameko ngabantu wawubazi yini?
Cha.
No, I did not know them.
As for ngisasenabo ma 5 months ngifile la.
Because I was there only for 5 months.
How would you describe the visibility of the scene during the shooting?
Manje ke manje laphana kwindawo yesigameko mawusositshela kwindawo yesigameko ungasitshela ukuthi noma bekukhanya noma bekumnyama bekunjani laphana kwindawo yesigameko.
Ama-light walapha bengalayithi kahle.
The lights who are in that place were not illuminating very well.
What provided the lights that you're talking about? What, if you say the lights, what kind of lights was it?
I-lights ezilaphana ngama-lights anjani la ukhuluma ngawo anikeza laphana alight laphana.
Mangayikhuluma nje ngendaba ye-light ningi mhlambe angaphansi kancane kwama-Apollo la esiwajwayele bathona nje awalayithi kamnandi.
If you want me to describe the lights who are installed there, they are not tall like the pole lights, or we normally call them the Apollos. They are a bit shorter than the Apollos, though they were not lighting very well or illuminating very well.
Was it electric lights? Was it, in other words, evening, like the lights that you would find in the street or whatever in the evening? Is that what you're talking about?
La malaita ukhuluma ngawo ngamalaita kanjani? Ngamalaita lasiyo lo siyathole alight ezitrateni noma ngamalaita anjani lo khuluma ngawo?
Normally lawa sema-car park ama-light alapha.
I'm saying that I'm talking about the lights who are installed at the car park.
mentioned previously in your evidence that the occupants of the Ferrari and the Golf, you saw them running away. Do you remember saying that?
Uyakhumbula ke manje utshela lenkantolo ukuthi manje ubone labantu begibele ke manje kwiFerrari nalawo begibele futhi kuGolf. Uthi ke manje uye wababona ke manje bedla phansi bebaleka. Njalo.
Enjalo.
That's correct.
Tell the court at what stage did you see them alighting out of these two motor vehicles? Was it at what stage in relation to the arrival of the BMW? Was it before the BMW arrived, or just tell that to us?
Akunini ke manje mababona ne bephuma laphana kule moto labana beGolf nalaba beFerrari. Baphume kulezi moto le ngaphambi bakufike iBM noma baphume nini laphana emotweni. Bakunini mababona bephuma laphana emotweni.
Okay, laba beGolf. Okay.
Are you thinking about the occupants of the Golf? Yebo.
Yeah, babezikhulumela nje ngaphandle kwemoto. Like bebonisa ukuthi like mhlambe angazi ukuthi babe discuss ngani.
Ngaphandle kwemoto.
Yeah, mhlambe abezikhulumela ukuthi mhlambe besimbe kumnandi la besikhona or mhlambe benza 1 2 3 bezihlekela.
They were just standing outside the Golf having some discussions, even though I won't tell what they were discussing about. Maybe they were discussing about where they visited, they enjoy it or not, but I'm not sure what they were discussing about.
Yes. So explain to the court, was that now before or after the BMW arrived?
Manje tshela inkantolo ngesikhathi beme laphana bekhuluma ngaphambi ba iBMW ifike noma beseyifikile.
Beqeda kufika.
It was after the arrival of the BMW.
Now listen, so you stand in guard. You see these two motor vehicles arrive.
Lalela ke manje.
That's now the Ferrari and the Golf.
Ubona lezi moto zimbini nayi ke manje ziyafika ngithi. Yes.
So don't go to where the BMW now arrives. What did the occupants do when they arrived there? They parked now outside the Golf estate at the entrance. What did they do there?
Yeke BM ke manje ngithi. Ziyafika lezi moto lezi nayi ziyangena ngithi. Ziyema lapha. Ufuna umtshele ke manje maziqeda ukuma lapha lezi moto. Wena yini okubonile?
Okay. Ukuqala lo Ferrari wehlile waya kulaba beGolf.
And the first thing, the one who was inside the Ferrari alighted from the Ferrari and he approached the occupants of the Golf. Or went to them.
Yes, and then?
Then ke kwase kuzofika ke le BM ke lezimanga ke manje BM.
Then that's when this BMW arrives, this BMW of miracles.
Nayifikile yama ingaba mhlambe ngabe imember ma 3 minutes or maybe 3 seconds.
And I would say that BMW was there stationary for about approximately 3 minutes.
The what?
The BMW.
Maybe ingaba mhlambe 3 seconds.
I would say 3 seconds.
Yeah, 3 seconds. After 3 seconds. Hey, yasho liyanto mina. Adula ke labe dula khona.
Then it stood there for 3 seconds now. From there, now they started shooting. That's where now we refuge ourselves.
Right. Can you tell the court whether, when you were firing shots, whether you struck any of the motor vehicles or any of the occupants there? Can you just tell the court?
Ungatshela inkantolo ukuthi ngesikhathi lesi manje udubule intambo. Ngaba ke manje udubule imotweni, ukho imoto edubulekileyo noma kukho abantu abadubulekileyo la.
Hayi yashayeka iBM kakhulu futhi.
Yes, I struck the BM. Very much.
Is that it?
Kuphela.
Yashayeka I'm sure ingabe mhlawumbe ishayeke imirror yaka lefty, yashayeka ne windscreen, yashayeka nezivalo
Then how say that BMW, you know, I struck the mirror, struck the windows, struck the doors.
What caliber firearm did you use that night?
Wawuphethe manje isibhamu esinjani lesi manje uyewasebenzisa ngalesuku leli.
Bengisebenzisa sizzle mass.
I was using sizzle mass.
Sorry, what?
Sizzle mass. Iphinde.
The caliber.
What caliber was it?
Noba umbamba noba yini.
Okay,
9 millimeter.
bekuyi 9mm.
It was a 9mm.
Short or parabellum?
Parabellum or shotgun.
Just a 9mm, but it's sizzle mass.
Is just a 9mm in a sizzle mass. Sizzle mass. Sizzle mass.
Sizzle mass.
Sizzle mass.
It's from Zopit Vest.
That's the firearm, my lord, that we are using at Bidvest.
9mm sizzle mass.
Yes.
Sizzle mass, my lord.
Just spell it for me.
Ungayispela ke manje le
Is
sizzle
that
mass.
the make of the firearm?
Ihlobo lesibhamu.
Senziwe Turkey.
It's a Turkish firearm.
Okay.
It's made in Turkey.
Could you just show us the size of the firearm?
Ungakwazi manje usikhombise ke manje isize yesibhamu lesi usiphethe. Khombisa nje ngezandla zakho.
It's 9mm.
This is the size.
Just hold up your hands again.
Bambi zimemoyeni. Uzimizi zimemoyeni.
Say 20 centimeters, my lord.
Council, would you agree it's about 20 centimeters?
Agreement, thank you.
I don't know.
Hey, nama ngisisho.
Me myself, I'm not sure.
Here's a ruler. Just
The ruler.
then you can help council.
Sesiphethe irula ke manje. Awumise futhi isikole. Mfokandosi. Mise mina ngifake la. Awuzwe ke. It show it's 18 what centimeter I think.
18 to 20 centimeters.
18 to 20 centimeter.
Right. Council, are we happy with that?
Thank
I'm
you,
happy.
Lord.
Thank you, my lord.
Thank you. Right. Now you can be sure. Thank you.
Do you know the difference between a pistol and a revolver?
Ingabe ke manje wazi umehluko phakathi kwe lesibhamu sibizwa i-pistol nesibhamu sibizwa i-revolver.
Yeah, i-revolver ne-pistol isihlukile.
Yes, revolver and pistol are different.
So, how would you describe that gun if you have to refer to a revolver or a pistol?
Manje ke ungathini ke manje mofuna usitshela ngaleso sibhamu. Manje mo fane kinikisa ne pistol ne revolver.
Okay. Le inehema engaphandle ayinavili eliroundayo. I-revolver ine-reveal eliroundayo. Elisha 8 revolver.
The other one that I was in position with, it has a hammer outside. The hammer is outside. But the revolver has a wheel. And it's loading 8 rounds.
Yes, so what were you issued with that night?
Wena ke manje wawuphetheni ke manje kwezibhamu lezi ukhuluma ngazo lezi 2.
Ngiphethe 9mm.
I was provided with 9mm pistol.
How many rounds?
Ithwala kangakanani? Ama rounds. Laisha kanjani?
Elisha 15.
15
Kodwa ke
rounds.
kulezi zase-Bidvest wenza like uphatha amagazini abayi2. Oqala una 10, owesibili una 15.
Yes, loading 15, but at Bidvest, you'll be provided with 2 magazines. The other one is loading 15 rounds,
And no, 10.
10 rounds, and the other one is loading 15 rounds.
Elisha 10, and Elisha 5.
The magazine.
Yes,
Okay, and your magazine Elisha 10,
10.
and Elisha 5.
Yes.
Or the other magazine is loading 10 rounds, and the other one 5 rounds,
Yeah.
of which makes 15.
Sorry, two magazines issued. The first one contained 10 rounds, and the second one contained the maximum capacity, as I understand, of 15 rounds.
Ujathi
The total is 25.
uthi uzwe njengami ukuthi ngathi wena ukuthi ke manje omunye magazine uthatha 10 omunye ulosha 15 ngoba becama ukuthi unikeza o magazine about 2.
Yes, by 2.
Yes, there are 2 magazines.
So the sum total of the ammunition that you possess that evening is equal to?
Manje ke manje ama bullet onawo ngobusuku mangaki? 15 rounds. 15 ammunition.
So then can we understand and take it that in the first magazine you had 10 rounds of live ammunition, and in the spare magazine it contained 5 rounds of live ammunition?
Singathi ke
When
manje
you were standing in the car park, you were in possession of 15 rounds of live ammunition.
manje ke ngokumasukuzwa kahle ke manje shothi singathi ke manje ukuthi ke manje lenye ithwala imagazine ina 10 rounds, enye ke manje ina 5 rounds.
Yep.
Ngesikhathi ke manje ulaphana ecar park ama ammunition noma inhlamvu awunazo bezo 15.
Bezo 15.
That's correct, man.
How many rounds did you fire that evening?
Udubule inhlamvu ezingaphi ngalobusuku lo? 15.
Kwakuliwa phela la.
It was a fight.
Like the Wild West? Like the Wild West?
If I,
Sekwakukunye ne.
it was bad situation.
Yes, sir.
Even myself that day, I wish I had an AK-47.
Mr. Tele, can you tell the court now, these 15 rounds that you were firing, from which position did you fire these 15 rounds?
Manje ke lendlavu lezi 15 otuzidubulile. Wawuzidubulela kuphi? Position A.
Okay, ngizidubula ngilele ngesizo.
Then I was shooting those rounds lying in a prone position,
Pointing ngibona.
pointing at them.
Yes, and where were you lying down? If you say in relation to the road surface, and then you mentioned trees and flowers, so where were you lying down?
Banje khulume ngomgwaqo. Wakhuluma ngehlahla amablomu kanjalo. Ngesikhathi lesi udubula wawuleli kuphi ngesisi?
Ngizifihle emablomeni. Phasi kwesihlahla.
I was hiding under the tree next to flowers.
Eduze kwe-bloom pot.
Next to the flower pot.
In this situation where you said that shots were fired in your direction but it missed you, what was your what did you become aware of with regard to your life situation?
I'm
How
not
did
going to object at this stage. What is the relevance of this evidence? You can only present admissible evidence that's relevant to the issues. This, with greatest of respect, is not relevant to the issues that you have to decide.
No, my lord, it's highly relevant. So part of the elements of attempted murder is that the victim must have feared for his life. So I'm just asking the victim, and I don't want to lead him on that.
Thank you. The objection is overruled.
Thank you, my lord. Thank you, sir. Can you just tell the court how did you feel about your life situation at that stage?
Tshela inkantolo manje ngesikhathi kwenzeka lesigameko. Uzizwe kanjani? Uzwe ukuthi kwenzekani ngempilo yakho? Wawuzizwa kanjani ngelanga leli?
Angiqalanga ngaba nenkinga, ngibe nenkinga mhlambe ngakusasa kwakhona sengibona ukuthi awu nami ngabe Saturday ngiyoncwatshwa mos.
I did not have a problem that day, but the following day, that's when I start thinking I'll be one of the people that would be buried today.
Thank you. I want to know from you, when you made your statement afterwards, is it correct so that you made more than one statement? That is correct, so
statement, more than one statement.
Yeah,
That's correct, yes, that's true.
So when you made your first statement, at that stage when you related your story, have you then had an opportunity to see the video footage of this incident at that stage?
Manje mawenza ke manje statement sakho sokuqala wawunalo yini ithuba okanye ube nalo ke manje ithuba lokuthi ke manje ubheke ivideo esigameko?
Cha, believe.
No, I did not.
But you have then, since that incident, you've viewed the video footage. Is it correct, sir?
Manje usukela ngelases gameko ufika namhlanje uye wayibona ivideo?
Ngayibona.
Yes, I did view the video footage.
What you saw on the video footage and what you told this court, is it the same thing or not?
Okubonileyo kwi video footage nalento itshela inkantolo manje kuyafana ngamashi. Exactly the same.
Now, before we go to the video footage, I just want to touch up on a few aspects. You mentioned that you struck the BMW and you specifically referred to the side mirror of the BMW. Is it correct?
Manje ngiphambi ke manje siku footage ukhulume ngeBMW futhi ke manje iBMW iyadubuleka futhi ke manje okutshela inkantolo ukuthi ke manje iyadubuleka ke.
I think the evidence that was adduced that was of a mirror, not a side mirror. So it's incorrect. My respectful submission. If the prosecutor puts to the witness that his evidence was a side mirror.
I concur with it.
My Lord, I've confirmed with my co-counsel and he says he's got it as a side mirror. He's just checking his notes, I'm checking my notes. Yes, my Lord, I have it as a side mirror.
My Lord, the evidence was clear. I write down verbatim as far as I can. She asked him, when you shot that, did you strike anyone or anything? The answer was yes. The BMW very well. And then my learned friend said, that's it? Question mark, I assume. And then the witness answered, the mirror, the windows, and the doors.
She said mirror, he said struck the window, mirror, and doors.
Thank you, my Lord.
Just clarify.
I will clarify that, my Lord. So, sir, if you say you struck the mirror, can you be more specific to what or to which mirror you're referring?
Manje mawuthi ke manje uye kwadubuleka ke manje ke isibuko mirror. Ungatshela inkantolo ukuthi kudubuleke iphi mirror kweliphi ihlangothi?
ku left phela sasingekho endlini imira ngisho liyasendlini iside mirror yemoto asingeke ukuchithelana nesikhathi akusetshenzwe.
I will say the side mirror. Remember, we were not at the house. We were outside. You'll find the mirror in the house. Now here we were shooting at the motor vehicle. Let's move on.
My Lord, with the greatest respect, I think this witness is somehow contemptuous to the legal fraternity. He will give this evidence with respect and honoring the integrity of this profession. The way he is talking, I'm taking serious, personally, I'm taking serious offense.
Why you got your hand in your pocket?
Pardon?
Baba, sekhala ke manje ummeli uthi ke manje inkantolo ikhuze ndoda uthi ngathi ke manje uyadelela udelela abomthetho ngendlela ophendula ngayo ingathi ke manje bona nje obathatha nje njengamavukuvuku babantu uyacela ke manje ubahloniphe uhloniphe nomthetho ucela inkosi yenkantolo ikhulume nawe asizwe.
Just go directly to the answer. Which murder are you referring to?
iya nje ke manje kwi-answer ukhuluma ke manje ngesiphi yayiphi imira yemoto edubulekile.
Okay, njengoba imoto ibhekele emarobotini dubuleke yaka left.
Then as I would say, when the motor vehicle was facing at the robots, I would say the left mirror was struck.
Do you know, after the incident, whether anything was recovered on the scene with regard to not the fired cartridges, but anything else was recovered? I don't want you to answer on hearsay. I want you to say directly from your own experience, did you witness that anything was seized from the scene? Not the cartridges, anything else.
Ngaphandle kwamagundane ne ama cartridges ne lapha kundawo yesigameko ngaphandle kwama cartridges ingaba kukhona okuthize okuye kwatholakala ngaphandle kwindawo yesigameko.
Yeah, kukhona.
Yes. What do you know?
Things that were found there. Kwatholakala yini lapha?
Kwatholakala i-cover ye-side mirror.
The cover of side mirror was found there.
Then nespine ne windscreen, like piece amaningi nje windscreen.
And the pieces of broken windscreen.
Where did you see this side mirror?
Manje, the side mirror lens. Uyibone kuphi lapha kwindawo yesigameko?
La emgwaqweni.
It was lying on the street.
Do you know from your own personal knowledge what happened to that piece that you saw there lying on the street? What happened to it that night?
Bathi kuya ngokwakho ngabe uyazi ukuthi ke manje le piece le side mirror kwenzekeni ngayo ngalobusuku lo kuya ngolwazi la.
Into enzeka mina ngathatha lento le ngaya e-guardroom ngathatha i-cell phone ngabuya ngazothatha ama-pictures.
What I remember is that I went to the guard room and I took my headset or my cell phone and I took some pictures on the scene.
Can you just repeat that, please? Just repeat that, please, yes?
I went to the guard room. I took my cell phone or handset and I took some pictures.
Is that it?
Yeah, ikona kuphela the rest umsebenzi kwakwamaphoyisa nje.
Yeah, yes, that's all. The rest, the police officers who were there, they are the one who conducted the scene.
From where you were lying and during this incident, tell the court how many people that you see alighting from the BMW.
Manje ngesikhathi lesikuleli lapha le ndawo lo uleli kuyo awutshela inkantolo ke manje bangaki abantu oye wababona ngeso lakho behla lapha ku BMW.
Abona 2 ehla phansi.
I saw 2 that board of.
Then lo wesithathu wehla baqeda kuwa wayekade esekul lakulaba ababesegolfini
Lo wesithathu wenzani
wehla waphuma naye shoot drive. Yeah, naye wadubula some shots.
And the third one also alighted from that BMW, and I think is the driver after the 2 has already alighted.
Did you then at some stage after, oh, let me ask you like this, what happened to the BMW then?
Kwenzekeni ke BMW ke?
After beqedile omnyethi kulaba abanye kulaba ubona laba abayithuwa bebehlekile ababedubula kulwe golf wathi yifa nja wathi washo nomshoka yi2.
After they finished shooting, I heard one from those who were shooting that golf uttering these words, "Die dog, die dog."
After bafale iminyango yahamba
Bavale iminyango kuphi?
bangena emotweni le abebehamba ngayo bahamba. Then that is where kuzofika amaphoyisa.
After that one uttering those words, they poured inside the motor vehicle and they drove off.
What did you then do?
Why say wenzani ke we?
Ila ngizovuka khona manje ngivusa umazibuko wake wathula kancane wathi hey sizile cele.
That's when I stood up and then I pat on Mazibuko to wake up, and it took a while. Then after that, he stood up and he said to me, "You helped very much there."
Then sasuka ke ilakzo khona manje sekuza ilento le manager yethu like sekugcwele nje sekuhlangahlangene.
Yeah, after that, our manager came and there were lots of people there and there was a lot of commotion.
And then the police arrived at the scene.
Amaphoyisa ke manje afikile kwindawo esigameko.
Yeah, kwafika ne-ambulance eyayithi izothatha ama-security pit vest afile.
Yes, the police officers did arrive. Also an ambulance arrived there at the scene to pick up the security guards of the beach vest because it was announced that they are dead.
Can you tell the court did you assist the police in looking for cartridges that came from your firearm that night?
Manje ngalobusuku le uye wabasiza ke manje amaphoyisa ke manje ufunana ke manje nama cartridges la bephuma kwisibhamu sakho amabhokunda la bephuma kwisibhamu sakho uye basiza namaphoyisa niwafuna.
Hayi lo umsebenzi wamaphoyisa phela ukungena kwami lapha yakwisini sengimosha isini.
No, that job is for the police officers because now
if I can involve myself in that now, I'll be contaminating the scene.
Right. My Lord, there is video footage of this scene available, and I can see that my learned friend is already getting restless there in the corner. The thing is, my Lord, I'm going to present this evidence in terms of Section 15 of the Electronic Communications and Transactions Act. This witness will confirm the video footage, and I believe that it is reliable and relevant and therefore admissible. Pardon me, my Lord? And admissible, my Lord. And relevant.
Court pleasures, thank you. My Lord, it is my instructions to object at this stage against the admissibility of the video evidence. It is so that video evidence is generally regarded as real evidence. However, the state still has a duty to prove beyond reasonable doubt the authenticity of the video evidence. I respectfully submit that it's of significance.
Sorry, 1 second.
Authenticity of the video evidence. No proper basis in my respectful submission, with all due respect to my learned friend for the state, has been laid. I submit that we are not even certain where the video evidence originated from. No evidence has been adduced with regards to the downloading process. My Lord, it is also my submission that what the state intends to adduce is a mere extract from the complete recording that was allegedly recorded on the night in question. My learned friend indicated that she relies on Section 15 of the Electronic Communications and Transactions Act 25 of 2002. Now, more specifically, she yesterday indicated that it would be Section 15 read with Section 14 of the relevant legislation. If I look with respect, my Lord, at subsection 4 of the relevant legislation, subsection 4 reads, "A data message made by a person in the ordinary course of business will copy or print out of or an extract from such data message certified to be correct by an officer in the service of such person is in the mere production of the relevant footage."
Is subsection 4 relevant to what is happening before the court?
Yes, indeed, because that's the only section that my learned friend can rely on. Because my learned friend indicated that she relies on Section 15
Yes.
of this particular
Yes.
act.
And what does section 15 say?
Well, there's subsection 1, 2, and 3, and subsection 4. Would you like me to read
What does section 15 say?
14?
15. State is relying on 15.
Yes,
Please assist the court and read 15 for the court.
court pleases. It's with regards to admissibility and evidential weight of data messages. Subsection 1, in any legal proceedings, the rules of evidence must not be applied so as to deny the admissibility of a data message in evidence. Subparagraph A, on the mere grounds that it's constituted by a data message, or B, if it is the best evidence that the person adducing it could reasonably be expected to obtain on the grounds that it is not in its original form. Subsection 2, information in the form of a data message must be given due evidential weight. Subsection 3, in assessing the evidential weight of the data message, regard must be had to A, the reliability of the manner in which the data message was generated, stored, or communicated, the reliability of the manner in which the integrity of the data message was maintained. C, the manner in which its originator was identified, and D, any other relevant factor. And then paragraph 4, a data message made by a person in the ordinary course of business will copy or print out of or an extract from such data message certified to be correct by an officer in the service of such person is on its mere production in any civil, criminal, administrative or disciplinary proceedings under any law, the rules of a self-regulatory organization or any other law or the common law admissible in evidence against any person and rebuttable proof of the facts contained in such record, copy, print out or extract. So, it is my submission that at this stage, with regards to the evidential weight, none of paragraphs A to D, any evidence has been adduced with regards to those paragraphs. If I refer the Honourable Court to State versus Brown, it's a decision from the Western Cape Division, Cape Town, 2016, Volume 1, SACR 206, brackets VCC. And I think the important principle that was followed is that the mere fact that evidence or footage or images is certified or classified as data messages does not mean that the normal law of evidence should not be followed. The data messages are not merely admissible without any further ado. So for my learned friend to stand up and say, I'm relying on these sections, and in terms of this section, it's prima facie proof is not correct. Not in terms of the case. So I respectfully submit that the proper basis, it all boils down to the proper basis that has not been laid, and we don't know where this evidence originated from. I'll leave it further in your hands.
So can I just perhaps inquire, this issue of the video footage was never canvassed between the parties during the course of the pre-trial?
I don't think it was. You will recall that yesterday, when I addressed you, I indicated that I was only part of a pre-trial on the 26th of February. So I'm not too certain, and I haven't seen the pre-trial notes. I don't think it was specifically
this
addressed.
Yeah, but this aspect of the video footage, was it disclosed to the parties before?
To be honest, my lord, it was disclosed to myself yesterday. I am.
To our understanding, before yesterday, the legal representative accused number one had not had the opportunity to be able to view that video footage.
Correct.
Yesterday was the first time.
Yesterday was the first time. I approached my learned friend for the state, and she gave me the footage contained on a memory stick. And I brought to her attention. However, my learned friend, and she will confirm, she will speak for herself, she also stated that the video footage was disclosed to the erstwhile attorney, Mr. Mashe. However, we did not have until before yesterday possession of the video footage, as it pleases you.
May it please the court, my lord, I associate myself fully with the argument raised by counsel on behalf of the accused number 1, is my respectful submission that at this stage of the proceedings no proper basis has been laid for the admissibility of this evidence and that the authenticity of it has not been proven. This is not an aspect that was raised previously at the pre-trial, although it has been made available to the defence during
Can I just
the
ask
discovery
you, can I
stage.
just perhaps ask you, this video footage was disclosed to the legal representative of accused number 2 during the pre-trial.
Not during the pre-trial, but during the discovery process. It was made available to the defence.
And was the aspect of the video footage ever ventilated or dealt with during the course of the pre-trial between the parties?
No, it was not. No.
Can you perhaps maybe assist the court and indicate, is there any reason why it was not dealt with at that stage?
My Lord, there was specific agenda provided by the state for the purposes of the pre-trial, and that is what was dealt with at the time.
And I take it that obviously the parties then followed the agenda.
Yes, indeed, sir. We did. My Lord, with respect, the issue is that there needs to be a proper basis laid first by the state prior to presenting this evidence. May it please the
Thank you so much. Somebody else?
May I please the court, my lord? My lord, it's improper for the state to try and introduce evidence without laying a proper basis for not only introducing it, but proving the evidence as such. And part of proving evidence such as the evidence at hand means that the state needs to inter alia deal with the acquisition of such evidence. The state needs to follow, or whoever the expert is that acquired the said evidence needs to follow the required ISO standard. It needs to be treated as any other evidence. In other words, the state needs to prove to the court that it's authentic. Follow the chain of evidence. The expert needs to come and give evidence on a number of issues. In other words, the state needs to present the evidence, if they wishes to rely on this evidence, of a competent and authorized person that acquired the said evidence originally. They must establish to this honourable court that there is original footage, because, as your lordship is well aware, in terms of the Constitution, we are entitled to examine the original footage. Part of that whole process, inter alia, is that there needs to be time systems recorded right from the offset. In other words, the expert needs to record the timestamps. There needs to be cross-referencing to the timestamps. The identity and of the set CCTV footage, the software that was utilized, needs to be proven to this court. The court needs to take into account camera views, surrounding footage. My learned friend for accused number 1 has already indicated to the honourable court that this is a mere extract that somebody within the states or in the police deem fit to extract for purposes of presenting it to court. There needs to be preservation of this evidence. I've dealt with the issue of the chain evidence. In law, one cannot take the screen recording such as my learned friend currently wishes to do and use that to prove the acquisition method.
Can I just ask you, the comments that were made by the court in State versus Round Robin in Addis, 1986, Volume 4, SA 117 hotel, where the court held that video footage must be authenticated by someone able to testify that it accurately represents the events recorded and has not been edited or altered. Now, can I just perhaps maybe hear you? If I understand what the state intends doing at this stage, the state had asked the witness that from what you in fact have testified and you viewed the video footage, what can you say? And he says it's exactly the same. So I just want to understand in respect of that aspect. I'm not certain the state is relying on it, but I'm just reminded of what was stated in that case, that if I understand what the state wants to happen, is the state wants this witness to look at the video footage and to confirm the authenticity thereof.
But my lord, it's very easy. First of all, let me start off by saying to the court, the digital world has long since overtaken what's transpired at the time that Rungabeen was decided. I think your lordship is quite aware of it. We're dealing with AI today. We're dealing with a whole host of other issues. Those issues has not properly been dealt with by a court of law. However, Rungabeen never took away the proper rules of evidence or the law of evidence that said once it's challenged, you need to prove it. This witness cannot, you cannot utilize the video evidence that the state wishes the witness to see as self-corroboration, because that is, in my mind, what the state is trying to do here. And self-corroboration, as your lordship know, is wholly impermissible under the law of evidence. We also know already, my lord, and this issue will be fully ventilated and dealt with down the line, that the witness, for some reason, before he came to give evidence, was shown this video footage, which in my respectful view already impeaches his evidence on a number of grounds. The law is simply the following, my lord. If any person wishes to produce evidence before this court, whether it is to utilize it, a witness to corroborate the evidence, in short, that evidence needs to be proven. In the potato board case, and I'm sure your lordship is quite au fait with that matter, that dealt with expert or opinion evidence. And what the witness will say vis-a-vis the video footage is to a large extent opinion evidence. It said that the courts must be mindful of the fact that you still need to prove the original evidence. And we respectfully submit until such time as the state has proven the authenticity of this evidence. The state cannot rely on a witness to authenticate the evidence. The authentication of the evidence relies in all those issues that I mentioned to your lordship earlier. That's how you authenticate documentary or authenticate digital evidence, because what we are dealing with is nothing more than digital evidence. You can't use a layman who's got no qualifications in today's time and age to authenticate evidence.
Sorry, I don't know. I haven't heard Mr. Rue in that aspect. I'm not certain if her intention is to authenticate the video footage. Perhaps I'll hear her when she addresses the court.
I've answered your lordship's issue because your lordship raised the issue of Rungabeen, so I'm saying you cannot in today's age use a witness to authenticate.
I think it's common cause. It's common cause that this witness cannot authenticate the video. You have to obviously call someone to authenticate it. You'll have to identify the originator. You'll have to then deal with those aspects. Perhaps can I just flag before I engage counsel for the state, and in the experience the court has in these matters in other trials that it has presided over. Generally what happens is when it comes to video footage and for the purposes of allowing the matter to move forward, that video footage is allowed provisionally on the basis that the witness who will testify about it can identify whatever is in that video footage. And thereafter, the state shall proceed to authenticate them. In the absence of authentication of that video, it will then be regarded as a non-starter.
I respectfully submit, my lord, I'm going to object to that process too. You can only do that if you utilize the Law of Evidence Amendment Act. But there's no...
So are you then saying, if I understand the practical implication of the objection, is that we then stand the matter down with the evidence of this witness, and then we proceed to authenticate the video?
In fact, that is what was suggested, not suggested, that's what the SCA ruled. When you challenge evidence, that it sort of, well, not sort of, you would go into a trial within a trial.
Can I perhaps also just plead to counsel to answer my questions crisply and simply? I don't want a long expose and an addition to the question. Simple answer is, this is what is expected of the state to do.
My answer was
Yes.
quite simply yes,
Thank
my
you
lord.
very
That's what I said to the
Is
court.
there anything further that you'd like to add?
My lord, I respectfully submit that under the circumstances, the state has failed to prove the authenticity of this evidence and cannot utilize it for whatever reason. I've already raised a second tier objection, and that relates to self-corroboration. May it please the court.
Thank you so much. Mr. Chowki, sir?
As the court pleases, my lord, I concur with my learned colleagues, and if one looks at section 15, subsection 3A to, well, I can say C, we will agree that the state does not comply with that. And in answering one of the questions that this honorable court has raised about how far can this witness testify in relation to the video, in relation to the case law that the court has mentioned. The simple answer that one can give is that obviously this witness is not an expert, and this witness was not at every angle of the video. So there are certain things that could have been depicted by the video that this witness was not aware of, and therefore the original video footage would be needed. An expert would have to come and...
If I hear counsel in broad strokes, the thrust of the objection is that there is no way for counsel to conclude in the absence of evidence being called that the video footage is authentic, that it could not have been doctored. That's how I understand it. Having due regard to the technological advances in the market, counsel is saying, let us proceed with caution. Let's lead that evidence first. Once we cross that particular bridge, then we can continue. That's how I understand it. Is that how you also understand?
Indeed so. And the fact that I also, the one point that I want to make is that yes, disclosure has been made, but disclosure has been made in as far as copies.
Yeah.
But we haven't seen the original video footage.
And then, can I just, if I understand the objection that counsel have raised, it would, what I understand, trigger a trial within the trial.
Yes.
To determine the authenticity of that video footage.
Indeed so, because the state would have to call the originator.
Yes.
And or the expert witness.
And to lead all that evidence and for the court to then make a determination thereafter as to whether the state has been able to successfully prove the authenticity of that video footage and as to whether that footage can be used during these proceedings. And only once the court has ruled thereon, then can we deal with what is contained in that footage. That's how I understand the position.
As the court pleases.
Am I right?
Indeed so.
Good. Ms. Lulu?
My lord,
in broad strokes, I think if you
Yeah.
hear what the court is saying, is all the counsel are having a challenge in relation to the evidence of the video footage being led at this stage during the course of the evidence of Mr. Tele without
the authenticity of that video footage being dealt with and pronounced upon. And to that extent, I think counsel are ad idem that that particular process is an interlocutory process which needs to be adjudicated upon by the court and to be pronounced.
My Lord, if I may respond, firstly, with regard to trials within a trial, it is, of course, within a court's discretion whether the court want to hold a trial within a trial. But I would submit that the court is not bound by specific rules in this regard. Trials within a trial, the purpose of a trial within a trial is first to determine the admissibility of evidence. Now, the state's submission is that this evidence is relevant and therefore it is admissible.
I think if I just understand it and just correct me, I think the challenge that counsel have is not so much about the footage itself, but they are saying that how do we really honestly, genuinely know that the footage that the state is attempting to read is in fact authentic and genuine?
Yes.
That it has not been doctored, it has not been subjected to artificial intelligence, that various things that appear on the video footage perhaps could have been subsequently added thereon to build a case on the side of the state. That's how I understand
Yes.
the state to say. And essentially what the council are saying is that for the state to then prove the authenticity of that particular video footage.
And the state intends to do that, my Lord. If your Lordship will have regard to my Section 150 address,
Yes.
I refer specifically to the evidence of Mr. Venter, who was witness number 15 on the list. And then that of Mr. Greiling, who is also on the list, if I can just quickly get to his name. But he is indeed the custodian of this evidence, and he will come and testify as to the authenticity of it, and Mr. Willifield as to how it was preserved afterwards.
So can I just ask you, Mr. You heard when the court engaged one of the counsel, I think when I engaged Mr. Povia, that if I understood what the state is intended to do at this stage, and that is for practical reasons, due to the fact that this witness is already testifying, and to prevent his evidence having to stand down and be recalled at a later stage.
Yes.
If I understand, the state intends or asking that this evidence be accepted or provisionally, and that the authentication of that evidence will come in due course. Is that what I understand the state is intending?
That is indeed so, my Lord.
Because that's what I understood in the Section 150 address.
Yes, indeed. So, my Lord, I just also want to refer the court to two specific decisions where the SCA had already pronounced on real evidence, which is what we're dealing with here. In the first instance, my Lord, and I know this court is well aware of these decisions, Mdlongwa 2010, brackets 2 SACR 419 SCA decision, and I refer the court to specifically page 427B to G, where the court made the following remark. In any event, it need not be established that the original footage was used because the purpose of introducing the video footage into evidence was to identify the scene where the robbery took place, to enable the witness to identify the robbers, which is not going to happen here, and for Inspector Nudia, who did the facial recognition, which is also not applicable here, to make the facial comparisons. As I have already indicated, the video footage of the robbery constitutes real evidence, as it was taken from the surveillance cameras installed at the bank. Now, the key here is surveillance cameras. So, I'm relying here on surveillance cameras under the custodianship of Bidvest Protea Coin. The recording was made without any human intervention. It is merely record and stored onto the hard drive of the camera systems. And that the state will prove. And that was my intention also, to have this witness look at the video footage and if he sees himself there, yes, that's me, or yes, that is the motor vehicle that I've been testifying about. In other words, to corroborate his evidence. It is in law. It's allowed. How else am I going to prove the crime scene? It is a silent witness that speaks for itself. This witness testified that I made a statement before I saw the video footage. And that statement is available to the defense. That statement was made on the 11th of August, the next day, when he haven't seen the video footage. And in that is already the reliability of, firstly, his version vis-à-vis the video footage. But, my Lord, I also want to refer your Lordship to the Dos Santos matter. 2010-2 SACR again, 382 brackets SCA, where the surveillance tapes and the cell phone recordings were used to corroborate the evidence of two state witnesses. So this is already established in law, my Lord. There's another decision which if the court can give me a moment, I see it's almost 1 o'clock. There's a decision that was decided in this division where the case was about the and I'm sorry to say this, the drunken judge that was caught on video footage. And in that case, the court also had to decide whether a trial within a trial was necessary or not. So I will get that. Decision for this court if we adjourn for the lunchtime to bring it to court. It's not this court. It's not a must that this court must have a trial within a trial now.
And if I understand what the state intends doing, the state intends asking this witness to identify the scene of crime on that particular evening and perhaps to identify himself in that video. And the authenticity of the video footage is going to be dealt with in due course by the calling of various witnesses.
That is correct, sir.
If I understand it, that in the event that the state fails to do that, then, if I understand it correctly in law, that video footage is a non-starter and needs to be discarded from the record.
That is correct, sir, my Lord.
Am I right? So, can I just ask you the reason as to why you want to read the video footage of this witness at this juncture and not call the authentication witnesses first? Just help me with that.
My Lord, this witness introduces the crime scene to this court and explained what happened. So for the state, this was a logical way to present its case first through this witness.
Anything further you'd like to say?
That's it. Thank you, Madam.
Mr. Hassan, can I just ask you, sir?
Hello.
If I just understand the bigger picture that is unfolding itself before the court,
Yes.
is that the state is wanting to use the evidence of this witness for him to identify the crime scene and for him to deal with that aspect to identify himself. And the state is saying that when it comes to the authentication of this particular video footage, here's the name of the witnesses that the state intends calling, and we shall read that evidence during the course of the trial. If the state fails to do that, then it's common cause that the state cannot rely on the video footage. That's all. Can I just perhaps inquire what prejudice, if any, would be suffered if at this stage, for practical purposes, the state is allowed to leave the evidence of the witness so that his evidence can be finalized and doesn't have to come back to court again.
Yes.
And then we proceed with the authentication of that video footage in due course so that it allows for the smooth flow of the evidence without unnecessarily stopping it here, dealing with this aspect, and then calling this witness back again. Practically, what is your
My
suggestion?
Lord, my respectful submission is that the evidence that the defense objects to with regards to the admissibility will then already be shown to this honourable court. It will already be on record. It can very well contaminate the record, and to at the later stage decide that this evidence that we provisionally allowed is now disregarded. I think, with great respect, my submission is not appropriate, not in terms of the law. That is why there is a mechanism such as a trial within a trial where this evidence will be sealed, and if the evidence is found to be admissible, it can very well be transferred to the main trial. I submit, my learned friend, relying on Section 15 of the relevant legislation, she concedes that it's a data image. State versus Brown is very clear. Data images and data messages are dealt with as documents and not real evidence. So if we rely on this particular legislation, then the authenticity as well as the originality has to be proven beyond reasonable doubt before it can be admitted.
And the challenge, if I understand, accused number one has that the horse could have bolted already. If the authenticity is not dealt with, this court,
Correct.
the mind of the court could be contaminated.
Correct. That is my submission. I cannot take the point any
I
further.
think the point counsel are raising is that the real possibility of prejudice being suffered to the accused is fairly great.
Yes.
The
The other
far outweighs,
Yeah.
the real prejudice suffered by the accused far outweighs the practical movement of the trial.
That is correct. Thank you, my lord. My lord, and further, for my learned friend to tell your lordship what she still will adduce is irrelevant and inadmissible. And the prosecutor's address, with great respect to my very able learned friend, has absolutely no evidential value. That evidence has to be adduced, as it pleases your lordship.
Mr. Probia, you've heard the submissions of counsel for this case, and you've heard the questions that have been asked. Is your view also that there is a reasonable possibility of accused number two being severely prejudiced in this particular matter if the video footage is led without it being properly authenticated?
Yes, I do, my lord, and I submit, as your lordship has ably argued, that it will contaminate this witness's evidence if it is based on his interpretation of the evidence which at a later stage might be found to be inadmissible. It is not my respectful view that it is necessarily so that a trial within a trial needs to be held. That is something which your lordship can decide over. But the basis must first be known.
So,
The authenticity must first be proved that it is authentic before it is used.
so you are saying that for practical purposes, it would be better to stand the evidence of this witness down and then to leave the evidence of the authenticity of the video footage. Because I suppose from what I hear, one of the complainants also is Mr. Mazibuko. I don't know whether he's going to be called or not. He's the other security officer. So I suppose his state may also rely on the video footage in respect of that witness. And
It's
I
going to-
understand the defense to say it would be practically better to get the question of the authenticity out of the way and then we continue thereafter.
Absolutely, yes, ma'am.
Ms. van der Heever, let me hear you, ma'am. What are your views?
May I please the court? My lord, there's a number of issues that's quite important here and that your lordship needs to take cognizance of. My learned friend hammers the point, it's to identify the crime scene and the witness on it. I was actually quite perplexed and surprised that she never introduced the crime scene photographs or even a normal sketch plan that the court would have the benefit of to understand what's going on. She's got that in her back pocket. If she wants the court to see the crime scene or wants the witness to identify himself, she's got that. In terms of the law, there's a crime scene investigator that tended the crime scene, must have drafted a sketch plan of the crime scene, photos must have been taken. So she cannot, through the back door, try and slip the evidence in and say, oh, this is what I want to do. The second thing is, all these cases he cited, Your Lordship, was long before the onset of AI and its current use as we know. So those cases, with the greatest of respect, I would argue, has been overtaken by the digital era in which we currently live, with the greatest of respect.
And if I understand the argument on behalf of accused number 3 and 4, is that the element of prejudice far outweighs the convenience of the witness.
Absolutely, but look, let's say it turns out down the line that there was tampering with this evidence, that there was AI introduced or AI generated portions of it or anything like that. How does this court, even though I know courts, judges sit and supposed to disengage themselves from what's presented, but it is so, we all human. We know what the law says about for instance, eyewitness evidence, how fallible it is. And it's almost akin to the same situation. Much more, my lord. We've already got the prejudicial situation where this witness says, oh, I've seen it and it's exactly the same. You cannot at this stage deal with the evidence like that. Your Lordship, of course, has the option that we can continue with this witness and cross-examine him. And in due course, if my learned friend so just wishes to identify him, because she made it very clear on Your Lordship's question, to identify the crime scene and the witness. That's the two reasons why she wants to do it. She can show the witness photographs of himself on the crime scene. That witness can be called back in due course if it's necessary. There's no reason whatsoever, my lord, at this point, based on her submission to Your Lordship, that the evidence of this witness needs to be interrupted. I would respectfully submit to Your Lordship that we continue with his evidence, we finalize his evidence.
And he can be always recalled.
He can always be recalled. Once the state is proven and they want to say to him then, sir, is this you and is that the crime scene? Yes, so be it. He can be recalled because it's for that limited reason that she says. Well, she actually identified two very, very limited reasons why she wishes to introduce the evidence. Of course, my lord, I see my learned friend did not address my second objection, and that is the issue of self-corroboration. Because that, of course, already disqualifies the witness seeing this evidence in this before this. But she's hooked her bets, if I can say, on those two limited reasons, I say. And she's got a recourse in that regard. She's got a docket, crime scene investigator deal with it. I would submit, in the interest of this witness, in the interest of matters proceeding, that we continue with this witness, we finalize his evidence, and if in due course he needs to be recalled for the limited reason of identifying a crime scene and himself, we can deal with it at that point. May it please the court.
Do you feel that counsel will have a firm and fair opportunity to cross-examine the witness and put various propositions to him in the absence of that evidence?
Indeed, my lord, indeed. The witnesses every day come to court and are supposed to give evidence, viva voce evidence on their recollection. And that is what we test through cross-examination. And I would respectfully submit, Lord, if it does come to a point at some later stage and the state proves this video and let's say the witness severely contradicts what's there, then it can be used at that point in time. But at this point, I respectfully submit, my lord, the state should have foreseen this situation. Your Lordship will recall yesterday when you asked about evidence being challenged, I made it very clear that all of these issues will be challenged in due course. May it please the court.
As the court pleases, my lord, we might not be directly impacted, but it is tight law on how evidence should be adduced before our courts. One prejudice that they might be suffered is this witness, for example, might have the benefit of correcting his evidence after having looked at the video. And And that is the prejudice that the accused might suffer. And I'm working along with my colleagues. I'm not directly affected at this stage, and or my client is not directly affected at this stage, but my client might be directly affected as the trial goes on, and I don't want to leave these issues unattended now, and at a later stage it would seem like I've got a selective objections to make, and that is why I have chosen to walk the journey with my learned colleagues, as the court pleases.
Mr. Neville, I think you have indicated that you'd like to take some time to look at some authority. But just for practical purposes, just engage you. There's a suggestion from counsel for accused number 3 and 4 that the state not leave the evidence of the video footage at this stage and the evidence of the witness until it is properly authenticated, and that it continues with the rest of the evidence, and the witness be subjected to cross-examination, and he can always be recalled at a later stage once the video footage is authenticated. Can I just hear you on that?
My Lord, I'm of course in the court's hands with regard to that. I would have preferred to finalize this piece. The only reason why I did not introduce the crime scene investigation photos is
which you
because
have in your back pocket.
which I apparently have in my back pocket. I haven't looked, but the fact is I'm relying on the best evidence.
Yes.
And I was of the considered opinion that the best evidence in this regard is the video evidence as opposed to
Let's
photographs
say-
that were
let's say for
taken.
one moment, just cross the floor and go and sit where you're sitting there. And counsel are saying we're faced with video footage. We really cannot conclusively say that this video footage is authentic. We cannot vouch for the fact that it has not been tampered with. If you are able to show us that, then we're comfortable, we can continue. And remember, it's the duty of this court to ensure at all material times that the accused enjoy the right to a fair trial.
I agree with
the
that, my
view-
Lord.
I can tell you the view of the court at this stage is that I've heard the objection, and I think for now the objection is going to be sustained.
As the court pleases, my Lord.
I'm not going to allow the video footage to be led without the authentication of that video footage being done. So the objection raised by counsel in respect of the leading of the video footage at this stage of the proceedings is sustained. You can decide what you'd like to do. You can either decide to let the evidence of the witness stand down, call the authentication evidence, or alternatively, you may then continue the rest of his evidence, and you can always recall him at a later stage.
As the
Because
court,
I've already applied my mind to the fact that besides Mr. Tele, you've also got Mr. Mazibuko, who's a complainant.
yes, and Mr. Sibanyoni.
Yes, and I suppose the similar objection is going to be raised at all material times, and we're spending valuable time thrashing out these particular issues. So I leave the ball in your court, but I've already given you the view of the court, and I think you must just indicate to us when we do resume as to what is the course of action that the state intends adopting in respect of this evidence, so that we can then take it from there.
As the court pleases, my
Good.
Lord.
Excellent. Is there any other issue that you want to deal with before I take the long adjournment?
That's fine. So, my Lord, then I'm not going to bother with the case law on this specific.
Yes. It was state versus M. I won't say the rest of the other alphabets in the alphabet, but I think we know which one we're going.
Yes, exactly that one.
Yeah. So I think I'll leave it to you.
Thank you, my Lord. Can
What
we
is the
stand
saying?
down
I'll
then
leave you
to?
to chew on it.
Can we stand down to 2 o'clock
I
then?
think we'll stand down till 2 o'clock. The accused can then have the lunch. Ladies and gentlemen, you may rise. Thank you. We've heard the court has ruled in respect of the objection raised by counsel for the video footage. The objection has been sustained. We're going to take the adjournment at this stage until 1400 hours. You are accused number 1, 2, and 3. You are in custody. You shall remain in custody. Number 4 and 5. You're on bail. Your bail is extended until 1400 hours. Counsel, see you at 1400 hours. Thank you so much. Thank you. Good. The court will then take the adjournment.
for lunch. There was something that the witness was not comfortable about. Then I said to him that he must address it to court because I do not have the discretion.
Confirm that you are still under your
Bawucele ke usatsho ukuthi phansi kwesifungo ukuthi ke manje ungakhuluma iqiniso. Yes, the witness confirmed that he's still under oath, my lord, to tell the truth. Yini ofuna ukutshela inkantolo? Okay.
Into engiyicelayo enkantolo ukuvikeleka. Ngibona ngathi abameli uma bekhuluma banalento ukuthi bangikhomba ngazi ukuthi mhlawumbe ababoni umuntu.
My lord, what I want the court to protect me from is that I've realized that the defense, when they are talking, they are pointing fingers at me, and that makes me uncomfortable.
And the lonto le ngibuyisele emuva ngoba even na before ngeke ngathola ama calls, but after 4 years back ngathola ama calls and yiyo lonto le engenza ukuthi icourt ngizonde kanje.
My lord, and when they are doing this to me, my lord, that triggers flashback on me, my lord. And then previously, my lord, I received some strange calls, my lord, and that makes me really to abhor courts, not to hate courts.
I suggest what you do is, the moment you experience that kind of conduct, immediately just draw the attention of that conduct to the assistance.
Manje kose inkantolo ithi ke manje mawunobona ukuthi ubona omunye wabo ekwenza lokho.
Malone,
Phambi ihlanza usewutshele ke manje inkantolo.
may it please the court, my lord, I feel obliged as counsel, speaking for myself and my attorney, to bring it to the court's attention that we've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 cameras facing the defense. And I can, for us sitting here, and I'm sure my learned friends in front can speak for themselves, from our side, nobody has pointed a finger at the witness, and I want the record to reflect that, because it's important that the record reflects that the conduct that's being complained of by the witness has not happened in this court. May it please the court. From our side, I think Mr. Gissing and his attorney can speak for themselves.
Hence, you would have noted that I indicated to the witness that whenever he experiences that conduct, he must immediately bring it to the attention of the witness. The witness has confirmed that he still under his own oath.
Correct, my lord.
The witness may be seated.
Ungahlala phansi.
My lord, I've got no further questions at this stage. So what I would ask the court is to warn this witness again for tomorrow. After conclusion, I suppose my learned friends would want to continue with cross-examination now, but then I will want to recall the witness. Maybe we can do it under re-examination or something like that. But yes, so he will stand down until tomorrow.
Sorry, just want to understand something. Ms. Lily, are you saying you have no further questions for the witness at this stage?
At this stage, my lord.
So is his examination in chief now closed?
That is correct, sir, my lord.
So that means Mr. Gissing can commence his cross-examination?
That is correct, sir, my lord.
Just for clarity purposes, my lord.
My lord,
So-
I just want to make it clear, I'm not abandoning the video.
Yes, yes.
The court understands that.
I understand it that the aspect of the video is being paused. It will be done at a later stage, but
Yes.
in respect of his testimony thus far, the state has no further questions.
So I take it that, depending on the outcome of the video issue, we will have another opportunity to cross-examine if so required.
In respect
Of the video.
of the video.
Correct. Thank you.
You're not going to get another opportunity to go to all the
No, that's not
deal with
correct.
all that now.
Thank you.
Thank
Thank you, my lord.
you.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chair.
Yabulisa ummeli.
So at the time of the incident, the 10th of August 2022, we know now that you were employed by Bidvest Protea Point Security Company, and you were based at Centurion Golf Estate, correct?
Manje siyazi ukuthi ngomhla ka-10 August 2022 wawumuntu osebenzela ke manje inkampani ye-Bidvest futhi ke manje ipost yakho yayiphumela phana ke e-Centurion.
Yebo, njalo.
That's correct.
At the time of the incident, how many years of experience did you have as a security officer?
Ngesikhathi ke manje sesigameko wawune minyaka engaki unogada.
Uba manje ngelani ngiqale ngo-2003.
To be a security officer, I started in 2003.
So you were quite experienced at the time.
So
approximately 19 years of experience, would I be correct?
Futhi ke manje laphana ke manje wawusene 19 years manje expilo njengo nogada.
Ngoba benginganaki ukuthi mhlambe ngibengina 19 years to that date. But yes, ngiyavuma.
Yes, even though I was not aware that I might have 19 years, but yes, I do concur with you.
So are you still employed by Bidvest Protea Security?
Usasebenzela ke manje i-Bidvest Security Company?
Cha.
No.
You're still employed as a security officer?
Kepha usasebenza njengaye unogada?
Yes.
Yes.
The reason why you're no longer employed by Bidvest, does it relate to the incident in question or not?
Isizathu sokuthi ke manje usuke laphana e-Bidvest kungoba ngenxa yesisigameko noma?
Cha.
No.
Now, you testified that on the night in question you had a 9mm pistol in your possession, you had 2 magazines, one filled with 10 rounds and one with 5.
Manje uthi ngelanga ngobusuku besigameko manje wawuphethe ke manje i-pistol, isibhamu futhi ke manje uphethe ne-magazine ezimbili. Omunye umagazine ke manje wawunama rounds awu-10, omunye wawunama rounds awu-5.
Yebo kunjalo.
Yes, correct. That's true.
Now, when this firearm is booked out to you, is it booked out on a daily basis?
Manje
What is the position?
lesibhamu lazima sibhukwa out unikezwa sona. Bakunikeza onke amalanga noma kwenzeka njani?
As long as nje ngireport emsebenzini nje ngiyasibhuka vele.
As long as I'm reporting for duty, I'll book the firearm.
I see. So is it a specific register that you complete inserting the details of the firearm before it is in actual fact booked out to you?
Ingaba manje lukhona ubhuku oluthile la nibhala khona imininingwane yalesi sibhamu ngaphambi kamanje usithathe lapha usebenzise?
Yebo kunjalo.
Yes, there is a book.
And that is also relevant to the ammunition, I think, the rounds.
Futhi ke manje nale ammunition ama-bullet la nawo kanjalo ukhola wabhala khona kunjalo?
Yebo kunjalo.
That's correct.
What is this register's name?
Leli bhuku leli ingaba igama lalo yini le register?
Igama lencwadi.
The name of the book?
Correct.
Yebo, igama lencwadi moyibheka la ibhalweni le book. Le register.
The firearm register book.
Firearm register book.
Of Bidvest.
Yeah, yakwa Bidvest kunjalo?
Yebo.
That's correct.
What is the make of the ammunition that was booked out to you, the rounds?
Manje ke manje lama bullet la obwabhukela AP imate umhlobo lweni lama bullet la wabhukela.
Ama-bullet we-9mm.
Those are the bullets for the 9mm.
There's not a specific name to this.
Akana magama lama bullets ukuthi leli gama noma akana magama.
Noba ngaze ngwanayo but nje kona ama-bullet we-9mm.
Even if I did not take notice of that, but what I can tell is that those are the ammunition for the 9mm.
So after the incident, did you book the firearm back?
Emva kwesigameko lesibhamu lesi uye wasiphindiselwa wasibhuka back. Uthi nayi isibhamu ngiyasibuyisela manje ngisibhuka back.
After the incident.
Emva kwesigameko, yes, after the incident, yes.
And your firearm, I take it, when did you book it back after the incident?
Kwakunini manje mo bhuka back lesibhamu sakho emva kwesigameko?
after kufika amaphoyisa then imanager yami yeza kimi bathi amaphoyisa ngathi ayikade ezosithatha for ballistics test then basicela back nabanika sona.
Then after the police officers arrived and my manager arrived, they requested that firearm for ballistic. Then I did give back to them.
So what you're saying is that your firearm was confiscated by the police officers on the scene.
Into ekhulumayo usho ukuthi ke manje isibhamu lesi sakho siye sathathwa ngamaphoyisa kwindawo esigameko. No.
So did you hand them the firearm?
Ubanikeze. Sorry?
Did you hand them the firearm for these tests you are referring to?
Ubanikezile isibhamu ukuthi ke manje bahambe manje bayenza ama test.
Isibhamu ngasinikeza imanager sabuyisela back to SABC. Then amaphoyisa asithatha saya for ballistic test.
I gave back the firearm to my manager and it was locked back on a safe and then the police took it from there.
So who is your manager?
Ubani ke umanager wakho?
Manager beku
My manager was Mr. Greyling.
I see. So what you're saying is you handed your firearm back to Greyling. Greyling kept it in a lock and Greyling handed it to the police for purposes of forensic or ballistic.
Mangizwa kahle uthi isibhamu sakho usinikezeke manje uGreyling wasethatha lesi sibhamu lesi wasivalela kwi safe manje ke manje amaphoyisa asithathe kuGreyling.
Yeah, ngasho kanjalo.
Yes, I will say so.
So you testified that you fired 15 rounds, 15 shots, correct?
Usawutshela enkantolo ukuthi ke manje uye wadubula ke manje ama rounds awu 15. Ngaba kunjani?
Yebo, ngapusha 15.
Yes, I pushed 15.
You pushed. I see. So there must have been 15 spent cartridges on the scene. Do you agree?
Manje kusho ukuthi ke manje ama cartridges amagobelondwane asale manje kwindawo esigameko kusho ukuthi ke manje awu 15. Ngaba iqiniso?
Yebo.
That's correct.
And even spent bullets, correct?
Futhi ke manje nama bullets aphumile aspendikile. Ama bullets wonke ayaphelela kwindawo esigameko.
Yeah.
That's correct.
Do you know whether the police collected these cartridges and spent bullets?
Ngaba ke manje uyayazi lamaphoyisa ukuthi manje adobha lama cartridges lapha kwindawo esigameko. Ama bullets.
Yeah, ngoba bafika bephethe into zakhona. Babefaka lapha ama cartridges. Okwama bullet angazi ngoba ngisho amanyamba lebhulu.
Yes, because they arrived, they were having some items where they were putting in those cartridges, and then I would say some of the bullets they left with the BMW.
So when the police arrived, all right, let me take you to the incident itself. Directly after the incident, the BMW drove away.
Alukuse kwindawo esigameko. Emva kokwenzeke lesi sigameko lesi, iBMW iye yashaya chitha yahamba.
Yebo kunjalo.
Yes, that's correct.
And let me interrupt myself and interpose that. Do you know what the model and the series of the BMW was?
Othi ke manje ngithi ngizama ukusisiza. Ingaba uyayazi ukuthi ke manje imake lele BMW noma iseries lele BMW eliphi?
iBMW leya kade idubula ngithi. Abantu bakhona babedubula. Babephuma ku BM a sedan. White.
The BMW that I'm talking about, no, the people who were shooting.
Yes, the shooters.
The shooters, they alighted from a sedan BMW.
Sedan.
Yes.
You don't know the series of the BMW?
I was no series, no my 2 liter, no, I was good.
3 series, 4 series.
I was.
Hayi leyo hayi angifuna ukusifaka angisekude emotweni.
No, that one I cannot comment. I'm not good in cars.
Now, after the BMW occupied by the shooters left the scene, who arrived, apart from you and Mazibuku, that were already on the scene? Who arrived next on the scene?
Emuva kokuthi ke
Shooting
manje
scene.
emuva kokuthi ke manje le BMW yabahlaseli ihamba ngaphandle kwabo noma Zibuku ubani oyafika kwindawo esigameko?
Amaphoyisa ngoba kisho ayikade efonelwe control.
They are police officers because they were called, summoned by a control
Bafika behamba like
control operator.
then ne ambulance. Lengithi ayizocollective bezazifika.
They were in a company of an ambulance that was supposed to take the people who were dead.
Who were
Dead.
dead?
Yes.
Who are these people that were dead?
Ngoba labantu uthi bebezobathatha beshonile.
Phela kwakungisho kumele kube ama security Bidvest afana.
It was supposed to be the Bidvest security officers that were supposed to die.
That were supposed to die.
Yes.
So the ambulance in actual fact come to collect the bodies of the dead people. Is that what you said?
Usho ukuthi ke manje uthi ke manje le ambulance ibizo manje izothatha ke manje imizimba yabantu abashonile.
Izosho njalo.
I would say so.
You would say. I see. And did these people die during the shootout?
La bantu ke manje bashone ngesikhathi ke manje kukudubula?
Cha.
No.
Kunamuntu washona.
No one died.
So it's not related to this incident.
Futhi ke manje ayihambelani nesisigameko.
Yambelana.
It's related.
I'll come back to this aspect.
Uthi ke manje
I
uzabuya.
think
futhi
there's
ke
a
manje.
misunderstanding with this witness because it's definitely not the state's case that there were bodies lying around there. So I think there's really a misunderstanding between the witness and my learned friend. I think he should rephrase the question.
My lord, he spoke about dead bodies during his examination in chief as well. That is also not what was disclosed to us. But, and I also did not expect the witness to come up with a version of dead bodies and dead bodies that were collected and supposed to have been collected. So I'm also in the dark. But this evidence was adduced during the evidence in chief. But I'll come back to this aspect, if it pleases you. Now, after the BMW left the scene, did any of your colleagues come to the scene?
Emva kuba ke manje leli BM selihambile kwindawo yesigameko. Ngaba omunye wabasebenzi osebenza nawo uke wayeza kwindawo yesigameko noma wafika kwindawo yesigameko?
Ezingishilo before ukuthi bese nanoba mhlamba babeza bebuza ukuthi phele kwenzakaleni. Sase babeme mhlambe ngaphandle mhlambe labama supervisor but babeme hayi ukuthi bangena ngaphakathi kwisini. Babeme ngaphandle kwale barricade yamaphoyisa.
I would say that the calmness they were asking Cele what really happened, but I would say that they were not inside the scene because the scene was cordoned off. They were at the other side of the tape.
Who cordoned off the scene?
Ubani ke manje ovale indawo yesigameko?
Amaphoyisa.
The police.
But between the time of the incident and the BMW that had left the scene and the time that the SAP arrived, what kind of time duration was lapsed?
Manje ma iBMW ihamba ne nesikhathi futhi ke manje kufika namaphoyisa bese isikhathi singakanani bese sike manje sihambile lapha.
Nanoba ngakhumbuli kahle but abafika nga same time.
Even though I don't remember very well, but they did not arrive at the same time.
And you are in no position to tell us what to estimate. 5 minutes, 10 minutes, a half an hour, 20 minutes.
Awukwazi ke manje ukuthi ke manje ungahlezi uqikelele ukuthi ke manje kuthatha isikhathi esingakanani. 10 minutes, 5 minutes, 3 minutes.
Ngiyambona u defense lapha ufuna ukuthi egcine nazongibamba ngesikhathi ukuthi mina ngithe bafike ngesikhathi eso. Cha ngeke ngikwazi ukusho lokho abafika nga same time. Bafike after incident.
I can see the defense. He wants to court me on time. He wants to later on question me on time. So I cannot say exactly what time.
Sir, I'm not here to catch you out. I'm I'm here to get the truth from you. Are you hesitant to tell the truth?
Uthi ke manje la akafuna ukubamba, akho la afuna ukubamba khona. Nje into ayicela kuwena nje ufuna nje iqiniso.
Iqiniso lengilishoyo.
I'm telling you the truth.
Ezingifungile phambi kwenkantolo, yilo lengilishoyo liphelile.
As I took an oath before this honorable court.
Yes.
What I said is the truth.
So between the time that the BMW left and the SAPS arrived, your evidence is that no security officer came to the scene.
Manje ke wena uthi ke manje ngesikhathi sekuthi manje iBMW ihambe nesikhathi lesike manje kuye kwafika ke manje amaphoyisa. Akukho umunye wabasebenzi ngawe oye wafika kwindawo yesigameko.
Ngishilo ukuthi wafika iSupervisor ayizange ingene kwisini yama ngaphandle kwale ndawo evaliwe.
I said my supervisor did arrive, but he did not enter at the scene area. He was standing at the other side of the cordon off area.
Khumbula phela ukuthi iSupervisor nalobe ngaba iSupervisor kusala yo mantshengelana.
Remember, even if my supervisor is my supervisor, but the fact is he's a security officer also.
Yes, correct. So who is your supervisor here?
Ubani ke supervisor yakho?
Supervisor am ngaleso sikhathi beku Mr. Manaka.
At that time my supervisor was Mr. Manaka.
So to recap, apart from yourself, Mazibuku, it was only your supervisor that arrived, but he was not on the scene, he was away from the scene.
Manje ke akisibuyele emuva. Ngaphandle kwakho no Mazibuku. Angithi uthi ke manje umuntu uye wafika iSupervisor yakho kepha akangenanga ngaphakathi kwindawo yesigameko ume ngale ngaphandle kweTape.
Yebo ne-manager.
Yes, and the manager also.
Is this not right?
Ugreleng lo?
Yebo.
Yes.
So only the four of you?
Then four.
Multi four kanjani?
How? When you say four, how?
Yeah, the two of you, Mazibuku,
yeah.
Yourself,
yeah.
Manaka arrived, as well as Fred. Correct?
Uwe, Manaka, Nile babi niwe no Mazibuko, Ugreleng, no Manaka.
Namaphoyisa.
And the police officer.
Yeah,
What do you seem not to understand, sir?
Yeah.
I'm referring to the period before the police arrived.
Lalela ke manje ne. Laphana ke la afuna into efuna ummeli la. Akakhulumi ngamaphoyisa. Ukhuluma ngaphambi ukuthi amaphoyisa afike. Laphana kwindawo yesigameko. Ngobani abantu bebelaphana kwindawo yesigameko. Amaphoyisa akafiki.
Hayi bekuyimi noMazibuko. uManaka ufike after the shooting. No Greleng ama kahle kahle uGreleng ufike sekufike amaphoyisa.
It was myself and Mazibuko. And then
kufika amaphoyisa kwase kuzofika uGreleng.
And then after that the police arrived. And then after the police arrived also Greleng arrived.
Yes.
At the scene.
And before the police now arrived, were there any people driving into the estate and leaving the exiting the estate?
Ngaphandle ke manje ukuthi amaphoyisa afike. Ingabe bekhona abantu nje abangena phakathi kwe-estate nabaphuma phakathi kwe-estate.
Abangenawo babekhona kishimisi yabi lapha ya. Abaphuma babesaba ngoba kwakhala insimbi lapha ya.
People who were entering, there were people who were entering the premises. But the people who were already in the premises, they were afraid to go out of the premises as they were shooting outside.
Wonke kuphume lapha khala imbayimbayi ngaliyadlela ekade ikhala ngakhona.
You couldn't go out at that time because there were gunshots there.
So if I understand you correctly, please correct me if I'm wrong. You did not restrict access the moment and protected the parking lot the moment the BMW left the scene.
Uthi mayekuzwa kahle ne? Emva kwakwenzeke lesigameko iBMW selihambile ne? Azange ke manje nivale laphana ukuthi manje kungabi nomuntu ongenayo noma kungabi nomuntu ophumayo.
Ungayivikela wona indoda ukuthi ingene kwayo.
Can you restrict someone to go to his place of residence?
So is the answer no, you did not?
Impendulo ukuthi cha zange niyenze kanjani.
Hayi ngeke mfethu sifikele umuntu ezongena kwakhe.
No, Matara, we cannot restrict someone when he's coming to his place of abode.
So it was only when the police arrived, at the time that the police arrived, that the scene was cordoned off. Is that correct?
kunesikhathi le amaphoyisa mayefika makufika amaphoyisa kungabe kumanje kuye kwavalwa lapha makufika amaphoyisa.
Yebo.
That's correct.
Now, do you know the name of the police officer that arrived first on the scene?
Ingaba ke manje iphoyisa elifike qala lapha kwindawo esigameko ingaba uyalazi igama lalo?
Cha.
No, I don't know the name.
Did the police request you to point out certain points to them upon their arrival?
Amaphoyisa mayefika ke manje ingaba manje aye acela ukuthi ubakhombise ezinye zendawo lapha kwindawo esigameko.
Like indawo ezinjani?
Like places like
What transpired, where you were lying, firing shots from, where the incident transpired, the
kwenzekeni
detail of the incident.
kwenzekeni wawuqashe kuphi yonke nje into yenzekile lapha kwindawo esigameko.
Yebo. Bafika lento le bangicela ukuthi bakhombe la kwenzeke khona of which ngipointile vele ukuthi kwenzeke so.
Yes, they did request me to point out where the incident took place. Indeed, I did point out to them that this is what happened, this is what happened.
Did you point out to them where you were lying firing the shots?
Ubakhombisile ke manje la wawuleli khona ke manje udubula khona uleli khona.
Yebo.
Yes.
Did you point out the cartridges, spent cartridges emanating from your pistol?
Ubakhombisile ke manje ama cartridges amagobelo aphuma kwisibhamu sakho.
Hayi beke ngisho ukuthi lawa wami lawa wabani bana.
No, I did not, because I couldn't differentiate that these are my spent cartridges or not.
Lokho kwakade kuyokhulunywa ballistic expert ukuthi lawa aphuma esibhamini lesacele lawa.
Only the ballistic expert will do that these cartridges were fired from Teles firearm or not.
So I take it that there must have been quite a number of spent cartridges on the scene.
Ngicabanga ukuthi manje bekugcwele lapha nama cartridges kwindawo yesigameko.
Yeah.
Yes.
You testified that the police arriving on the scene collected your spent cartridges. Is that correct?
Utamaphoyisa mayafika kwindawo yesigameko
Look, I cannot recall that the witness ever testified that. He never testified that the police collected his spent cartridges. He specifically said he does not know that.
My recollection is that he did, and I'm simply coming back to his evidence, but I can rephrase the question.
Can I just perhaps just find out the purpose of this cross-examination? What is the purpose of it?
The purpose of the cross-examination is to determine what transpired, and you will, my lord, if I disclose the purpose at this stage, it will render the purpose in the bigger picture fertile. Because obviously you don't know, futile. You don't know what the evidence is that the state intends to adduce, apart from what you were informed of by my learned colleague for the state in terms of section 150. And I think is of utmost importance in the bigger picture. If you please assume. So, let me ask you, did the police, did you observe the police collecting your cartridges, your spent cartridges?
Othi ngibuze kanje. Ingaba ke kwesikhathi owabonile amaphoyisa mayedobha ke manje ama cartridge awakho wesibhamu sakho.
Ngilalele kahle.
Listen to me very carefully.
Yeah. Amaphoyisa afika a collector ama cartridges ukuthi ayikade dopa wami or ayidopa kabani akudokwe ligayelwe mina le.
Then what I'm saying is that the police officers arrived and now they started picking up the cartridges. Whether they were picking my cartridges or whoever cartridges, I don't know. That's not my business.
I know that my learned colleague is in cross-examination. The witness has complained that he's been disrespected, he's been pointed with fingers. And I'm standing up on the basis that my learned colleague is not really conversant. I am. And this witness.
What was the term that he used that you didn't like?
Issues like.
What was the word that he used that you didn't like?
Listen to me carefully. And he's talking to my learned colleague. I see Skameko esidlalelwe mina leso. Or idongwe. You know, and these are not comments that we can expect to be used in a courtroom. Much as he wants to be respected, I'm going to ask this honorable court that he must be warned to respect learned colleagues. If he cannot respect my learned colleague, he's not going to respect me.
In fact, my lord, my instructions are the manner in which the...
Sorry, 1 second. Your instruction from who?
From my attorney.
Right.
My instructions are that the manner in which this witness is responding to and referring to is quite derogatory if one takes into account the vernacular and the language that's used. May I please?
What in his language is derogatory?
Exactly
Which
what...
word that he used?
Exactly the phrase that is used, my lord.
What is the phrase?
Look, I can't repeat it. I'm not Zulu. Is your lordship okay with Zulu?
Yes, I am.
No, you must understand.
My lord, let me assist my learned colleague.
1 second. You've received instructions from your attorney that's complaining that the witness has used a derogatory term.
It is
For the
understood.
purposes of the non-Zulu speaking people that are in court, can you just tell me the term that is being complained about, and I can censure the witness if necessary?
My lord, can we have a second, please?
Yes, you can confirm. I'd like to know the term.
Hello, can I assist my learned colleague?
Because I'm not Zulu speaking. My Zulu is quite limited, but I can understand.
You stood up and you complained.
Because
Counsel,
that's
you stood up, you complained that the witness is using a derogatory term. Hence, the court asked you, where did you get your instructions from? Because accused number 3 and 4 are sitting there, they have not communicated with you. So it's your attorney.
Indeed,
now, your attorney must assist you and tell you what is the derogatory term that he is referring to, which he has taken umbrage to.
Oh, my lord, if you would just bear with me.
No problem. Take your time.
My attorney says it's not his home language. It's not Zulu. The pronunciation that he will use might not be perfect Zulu. So all he needed to do was to confer. He agrees with the wording that was used by Mr. Chauki. He prefers, because his vernacular is indeed isiZulu, that he's better suited to pronounce the words. But he's already placed it on record.
No, Miss Pandey here. I don't want a complaint to be raised against a witness when you are unable to place the substance of it on record. You stood up and said he used a derogatory term in isiZulu, and for you to have made that particular submission, your attorney would have instructed you. All the court is asking, please tell me the term that he is taking umbrage to so that I can censure the witness. I don't want people to stand up and just object for the sake of it.
My lord, with the greatest of respect, I don't project for the sake of it. I'm a creature of instructions. I get instructions from my attorney, and my duty to this court and my duty to my client, my duty to my attorney, is to convey those instructions and place it on record.
Yes, thank you so much for that. What is the derogatory term? For the 5th time. What is the derogatory term?
My lord, for the sake
Mr.
of time.
Chauke, I'm busy with Ms. Van der Heer. I'd like to finish with her and then I'll come to you.
My instructions are, my lord, the manner in which the witness conveys the answer is in a derogatory manner. He says that he's supposed to, and your lordship knows that better than I do, being the presiding officer, You're supposed as a witness to answer questions, not to throw questions back and cajole in your answer giving. But the manner in which he speaks, my attorney confers or concurs with what Mr. Chowki placed on record. He says the manner it comes across is that it's derogatory in the manner in which you speak to counsel, the way you answer it.
So
Your Lordship says that you...
The cause of complaint is the delivery.
It's the delivery
Not
and the
the
manner
exact
in
term.
which it's dealt with.
So it's the delivery, not a specific term.
It's not a specific term, my Lord. Again, we don't have the benefit, with the greatest of respect, of your Lordship who knows isiZulu. So if your Lordship would allow us, we must be allowed, let me put your Lordship this way, to make, to object to certain evidence and place on records issues that we feel is important to be placed on record. It's not the first time, my Lord. Your Lordship would have noticed the manner in which this witness keeps on answering questions. He does not like to be confronted with evidence, and the record will speak for itself. Not only will the record, the transcript speaks for itself, but there's cameras in court. They would show the demeanor and the conduct of the witness towards being asked questions in this particular case. May I please?
Mr. Chokisa, now it's your turn. You can ask the question.
Your Worship, I wouldn't
My
say,
Lord.
my Lord, as the court pleases, I wouldn't say that the phrase is derogative, but I would say it is disrespectful, more especially in the context in which it is said. And I would still say it again, much as this witness wants to be respected, he owes a respect to us.
So can I just, for the purposes of the non-Zulu speaking people, can you just interpret the phrase which he used, which is causing a bit of a challenge on the record? Which is the phrase that he used that is problematic?
The phrase that he used
Yeah, what
is
read the phrase out and interpret it for us.
udokwe olugayelwe mina.
What does it
Aku akudokwe olugayelwe mina. What it will mean will be that's none of my business. That would be the direct translation. And my concern, my Lord, is unfortunately my learned colleague is not Zulu conversant. But if the witness speaks to my learned colleague in the manner that he speaks to him, that would be tantamount to the manner in which he would speak to me. And that is why I've got the duty to also protect, the integrity of my learned colleagues, because I would also want to enjoy that very same integrity.
Mr. Interpreter, can you please can you please just interpret the term that is biting counsel? What is the term that the witness used that is causing so much of trouble?
Actually, my Lord, it's like an idiom,
Yes.
if I may explain it. But I think I did interpret it.
Just
That is none of my business. It's what he said.
that's the word he used.
That's the
It's
word.
not his business.
Yeah, it's none of his business.
In terms of the language that you are used to, is that derogatory?
No,
Like,
No, I'm not talking to the witness.
I will not say so, my Lord. But
I think the cause of complaint is the answer is coming across as being disrespectful. I think that's where the problem is. Isn't it?
Exactly, and the context in which it is
yeah,
said.
maybe about the context, but initially what he meant is that it was none of his business. It's an idiom. We can explain it in many ways.
Yes, Mr. Tebogo, you want to say
Babucele Ndosi. Ithini ndaba?
mina ngicela ukubuza ecourt kuyisona ngani mangizosebenzisa isiZulu njengoba ngikhulume kahle ukuthi ngifuna ukukhuluma isiZulu mase ngikhuluma isiZulu futhi bayaxakeka abanye.
My Lord, I just want to ask court, because I elected to testify in a Zulu. I just want to know, is it a sin for me to elect to testify in a Zulu? Because I said it on the onset that I wanted to testify in Zulu. Now, when I'm testifying in Zulu, now people get lost.
Okay, no problem. John, the court has listened to this particular aspect. I'll deal with it at a later stage. We'll continue with the
Thank you, Thank you. I'm grateful for my colleagues coming up. Thank you.
But if I may say, the objection by one of the colleagues was there was a derogatory term used. The record will show that council has not been able to place the derogatory term on record. What the court has noted from the objection both by council for number 4 and 5 is that umbrage has been taken in respect of the deliveries, the manner in which those witnesses responded.
Good, please. Thank you.
Good. At the end of the day, it is the duty of this court to be able to make findings in relation to the credibility and the honesty of the witness. Good.
And the demeanor.
And the demeanor.
Now, leave it for. Thank you.
So much. Just because we've had this hiatus in between a lesson in Mrs. Zulu in English, you confirm that you are still under your former court to speak.
Ngoba ke manje bese sehambe indawo ende noda ukhola phana ke manje sivelwa isiZulu neEnglish. Asibuyela kuwe ndosi. Usephansi kwesifungo ukuqhuma iqiniso.
Ngisafunga ngokwesenkantolo ngizimisela ukukhuluma lonke iqiniso nje balinjalo.
Yes, my lord, I'm still under oath to tell the truth as it is.
So, thank you, my lord. So, Mr. Taylor, the police arrived at the scene, they cordoned off the crime scene, and they started collecting evidence, and they requested you to convey to them what transpired. Is that correct?
Ukuthi ke bafikile amaphoyisa aseke evala ke manje indawo yesigameko mabeqedile uvala ke indawo yesigameko bese beza kuwena manje bethi ke manje ubatshele kahle kahle kwenzeke njalo.
Yebo.
That's correct.
Are you able to tell us what the processes are that you observed and the police followed whilst you were present?
Ungasitshela ke manje ukuthi amaphoyisa alandele manje AP imigwaqo noma ayenze kanjani mayefika kwindawo yesigameko akwenzile lokho wena ukubonile.
Noma ngenze ngichaze because angisiphoyisa.
Even if I cannot explain it explicit as I am not a police officer,
but kona ngicabanga benza ngendlela ekwenziwa ngakhona ukuthi bavale indawo yesigameko.
I think that they followed the rules that they were supposed to do because they had to cordon off the scene.
Then babuye mhlambe ba collect whatever ama cartridges.
And then they will come again to collect the spent cartridges.
And also bangibuza nama question ukuthi kwenzeke kanjani ngabachazela.
And then they asked me of how the scene unfolded. Then I did explain to them.
Then kwaba ukuthi mhlambe ngiyabuzwa ukuthi ngendlela le ekwenze ngayo leyanto na bengigqokile bulletproof. Yes, ngangigqokile.
Then I was asked then when the incident took place whether I was wearing a bullet vest or bulletproof. Then I said yes, I was wearing it.
Then ngabuzwa nama bullet engiwasha adubuliwe ukuthi abe yingakhi. Ngasho ukuthi uspendeke 15 yama bullets.
Then they asked me the bullets that I have spent. Then I said to them I spent 15 bullets.
After kwaba ukuthi ngiyathathwa ngisiwa eofisini nikezwa amanzi bathi ngikhula phe off.
And from there I was taken to the office and I was given some water so that I can cool off.
Anything else?
Okunye futhi
mhlawumbe ngizokhumbula mangisoloko ngikhumbula ngizophakamisa isandla.
Maybe I will remember, and if I can remember I will raise my hand.
After they have collected the spent cartridges, were there still any cartridges left?
Emva kwa manje sibe idope wonke ke manje lama cartridges ngaba akhona ama cartridges ayasala lapha kwindawo yesigameko.
Angisisho.
I'm not sure.
Were you there until the police left?
Ubulaphona ade yahamba amaphoyisa.
Yeah, bengilapha but bengilapha but ngayekela amaphoyisa enza umsebenzi wawo. Mina ngaphuma ngakhishwa out kwindawo yesini.
Yes, I was there, but I was taken out from the scene area to let the police do their job.
You testified that you took photos of the scene. Is that correct?
Uthule bufakazi ke manje ukuthi uye wathwebula izithombe ngefono yakho makhala ekhukhwini.
Yebo.
Yes.
What did you do with those photos?
Wenzeni ke manje ngezithombe lezi uye wazithwebula?
Angenza ngalutho ifoni yalahleka.
I did not do anything because I lost my phone.
What did you take photos?
Uthathike manje amafoto 1 yini lo uye wakuthwebula lapha?
Like bekuyi side mirror cover.
It was a side mirror cover.
Then nale ingcuku zamafastela ezazilapha.
And the broken pieces of window.
Anything else?
Khona okunye futhi oye wakuthwebula lapha?
Hayi angisakhumbuli.
Nothing else, I don't remember.
Did you tell the police that you've taken your own photos of this?
Ngaba ke manje amaphoyisa yo abatshela ke manje ukuthi kukhona izithombe oyithwebulile zendawo esigameko.
Sebehambile.
After they left.
No, whilst they were there. Isn't it that you took the photos before they arrived?
Ngesikhathi belaphana kanti awuthobelanga izithombe ngaphambi abafika amaphoyisa.
Hayi. Senze ngithobela izithombe before bafika.
No, I did not.
Thathe sebehambile amaphoyisa.
No. I took the photos after they left.
Bethi sebethe sekungavulwa lapha ya. Ngaqala manje imoto zisebenze kuphunya abaphunyana.
After they said that now the tape can be removed and give the motor vehicles access to pass.
So, apart from yourself and the shooters in the BMW, were there any other person that was shooting?
Ngaphandle kwakho. Nabantu bebephuma lapha eBMW. Lapha bedubula ke idubula ngebhanga. Ngaba khona abanye abantu ngaphandle kwakho nalabantu baphuma eBMW abaye badubula ibhanga.
Hayi. Bekuyimi nje kuphela nabafowethu laba bedubula.
No, it was only me and the occupants of that BMW.
So, you testified that there were 3 occupants in the BMW.
Utheka manje bekho abagibeli abathathu lapha ku-BMW. Yes.
The sitting arrangement, there was the driver and the occupants. What were the sitting arrangements with regards to the occupants?
Laphana ke manje ngaphakathi kule BMW. Bebehleli kanjani lapha abantu behleli lapha laba-occupant? Bebehleli kanjani lapha phakathi e-BMW?
Kwaku-driver njengoba esiku-driver uhleli kwi-right seat.
It was a driver.
Then
because it was a driver, he was sitting on the driver's seat.
Nama-occupants ayi-2. Ukuthi babehleli kanjani? Hayi.
And the 2 occupants.
Ngike ngaliphinda futhi lela theme engeke ngalisho.
Of how they were sitting there, I don't know. I can repeat the very same term that I've used before.
Which term is that?
Very pike manje ke.
Ukuthi akudoko eligamele ukuthi babehleli kanjani.
None of my business though.
Yes.
No.
Maybe to dangerous territory.
Dangerous territory. Thank you for the caution. So, how many people alighted from the BMW?
Bangaki bantu manje bayehlala phana ku-BMW?
Okokuqala kwehla ababili badubula.
First time 2 people alighted and they started shooting.
Then kwase kuzokwehla no driver naye wayenesibhamu ayekade siphethe wadubula.
And then also they were followed by the driver. The driver was in the position of a firearm and he started shooting.
Who? The driver?
The driver.
So all 3 occupants were at some stage outside the BMW.
Shooting manje labagibeli eBMW manje. Kukhona la manje bayabatholoka la. Bonke bengaphandle kuBMW sebehlile kuBM. Yes. Cela ukukhuluma ngathi siya record.
You can just bear with me. So, how many AK-47 rifles did you observe?
Ubona ama AK-47 amangaki?
Amathathu.
3.
3 of them. So each occupant had an AK-47 in his possession.
Shukuthi manje omunye nomunye wabagibeli wayephethe isibhamu se-AK-47.
Yebo.
Yes.
So if any person stated in a statement or will come and testify that there was an R5 rifle and a pistol involved during the shootout, you wouldn't agree with that?
Makunofika umuntu la phambi kwenkantolo athule ubufakazi athi bekho i-R5 laphana kwindawo yesigameko nepistol lo muntu abekhuluma impendulo bekhuluma ma
hayi angazi yena ukuthi ngabe bone kanjani.
I won't know that. How did he observe it?
How long did you say that the incident itself took?
Uthi ke manje uthi lesigameko sokujubulana ke manje sithathe isikhathi singakana.
Ngeke ngasho ngaphambilini.
I said it before.
Angifuni ukuzibopha kakhulu ngendaba yesikhathi, but ayithathanga isikhathi eside.
I don't want to incriminate myself about time, but it did not took long time.
As for now, uyazazi igebengu mazifikile zifuna uba msulwa. Sizenza into esheshayo.
Then as you know,
azange zoshoot movie lapho.
As you know that when the criminals arrive, they want to make things quickly because they are not there maybe to shoot a movie.
Okay. So should I take your answer as you do not wish to incriminate yourself with time?
Not ukuthi angifuni ukuzibophezela ngesikhathi, but angifuni ukuthi nginikeze inkantolo ibe too sure ukuthi into yenzeke ngesikhathi esiso.
It's not a question of me not to.
It was around 11 o'clock. To 11 o'clock.
I don't want to say that I don't want to comment on time. It's just that I don't want to say something that I'm not sure of. But I would say that it was around 11 o'clock.
The question the council is putting to you, it's a simple, straightforward question. He doesn't want traffic. He just wants to know roughly from you were on the scene.
Yes.
Are you trebly?
That's where you want to go, Mr. President.
Into manje inkantolo ifuna uzame ke manje uqikelele ukuthi ke manje lento leyenzekile ngahle ke manje ithatha isikhathi singiyakana inkantolo uthi phela besingekho lapha uwe wawukhona lapha.
So he just simply wants to know, take a short period of time, was it long? You were there.
Ufuna uyazi uthatha isikhathi eside noma ethatha isikhathi esifishane.
Kwaba nje isikhashana Nkosi yenkantolo lento yenzekile. It was around maybe mawusho njalo uthi asi-trap ngoba mostly yama lawyer baye bathanda ukukubamba ngale nto osuke uyikhulumile okokuqala.
Yes, my I do understand. If the court is saying to me that it's not a trap, and then maybe I'm willing to answer because my lord, you know the lawyers, sometimes they can be tricky, and they come back to you.
You see the challenge you may perhaps face. At the end of the day, counsel will stand up and say to the court, I asked the witness a simple question, and the witness was refusing to answer that question. Therefore, the court must draw a negative inference.
Yes, man.
You understand?
Yes, man. Nkosi yenkantolo ithi ke manje izazi ummeli lo bese etshela inkantolo ukuthi uNdosi ebengafuna ukuphendula imibuzo uyayibona bengafuna ukungiphendula neze so inkantolo manje kufanele yona ethathe isinqumo ngaloko uzabe kutshelwa ummeli uthi uNdosi akafuna ukuphendula imibuzo.
Amesho njalo Nkosi yenkantolo nginako ukuvikeleka ngokwesikhathi. Mhlambe ngaba mhlambe into yathatha mhlambe over 6 minutes, 5 minutes somewhere there.
My lord, if you are saying that, yes, then the court promised to protect me. I would say approximately it was 6 minutes, 5 minutes.
I see. Thank you. That was not a
Sorry,
difficult
that was
question.
just an estimation, am I correct?
Yes, we are together lunch estimation.
Yeah.
That's an estimation.
Mr. Tele, I have in my possession, disclosed by the state, 3 different affidavits that you disclosed.
Yes.
Are you now speaking English? It seems that you understand English.
Uthike manje songena ku George manje uyaliva
ngisho ukuthi ngishilo ukuthi English ngiyayazi i-half done.
Yes,
yakhona.
I've said before this court that I do know English, but a half done English.
Medium. You said medium.
You tell medium, Lapa.
Medium, yes.
Yes, I said medium.
Yes. So you deposed to 3 different affidavits. The first affidavit you deposed to was on the 11th of August 20 22. Do you remember that?
ikhona ke manje i-affidavit oyenza nge-11 ka-August 2022 ingaba kunjalo?
Yebo kunjalo.
That's correct.
And then again on the 16th of August 2022.
Enye futhi nge-16 ka-August 2022
Yebo.
kunjalo?
Yebo.
That's correct.
And then again you deposed to an affidavit on the 24th of June 2025.
wayesewenza enye futhi affidavit nge-24 ka-June 2025.
Yebo.
Yes.
That is more than 3 years after the incident.
Manje leyo 24 ka-June bewenze emva kweminyaka emithathu isigameko senzekile.
Yebo.
Yes.
Why was it necessary for you to make the third affidavit more than 3 years after the fact? Did you know? Were you told?
Yini okumqoka ukwenza ukuthi ke manje uwenze affidavit after 3 years?
Angisho lapho numbers.
Utsheliwe ukuba wenze njalo noma?
No, akithi nje benga kwafika i-investigator. So na bengeke ngiyincintshe ifuna ukusika kwelijikayo ukuthi ifuna ukwenza kanje.
I would say the investigation officer, I was approached by investigation officer to make some investigations. So I wouldn't turn him down if he wanted information from me.
What did he say? What did he need more than what he already had in your other two affidavits?
Ebefunani manje okungekho laphana kulama affidavit awu2.
Noma ngazange ngimbuze nje kodwa angazi nami ukuthi bayifunani because information ngase ngiyiprovidile insuku zilandelana.
I don't know what he was looking for because I've already provided 2 affidavits.
He didn't tell you?
Azange akutshela? No.
Okay. So, if you can just bear with me, just requesting let me in the meantime show you for progress, for sake of progress.
Are you looking for the original?
I'm looking for the original, but I thought I'll just show him a copy in the meantime. Yes, I've already requested.
I am busy with it, my lord.
Can I in the meantime proceed? I'll also show the original.
I don't know the number of objections that are coming.
I don't hear any now.
I hear something about authenticity of that document. So rather, what's good for the goose is good for the gander.
It makes sense. Let's rather work with the original.
Rather work with the original.
Sorry, my lord. The witness of the application here
You want to go to that?
is requesting a comfort break.
Alright, just before you just take a couple, please remember that you currently are under cross-examination. And you are not to discuss the evidence with anyone while you are on your comfort.
Windows khumbula manje mawuphuma manje uya laphana comfort break usephansi kwesifunga ngithi awuzuhamba la ukhuluma nje yabathi bathi uthula uthi tu uye bathroom bese uyabuya yazokala kanti usi
Uzoyela.
understood my lord.
And how long do you require?
Ufuna isikhathi sakala ndosi
Ngifuna nje u3 minutes kuphela.
3 minutes.
No problem. You take your time, you give the state the opportunity to be able to get the documents together. So we'll stand down for a few minutes, we'll excuse you.
Sakulinda ndosi.
The court wanted to be adjourned.
I have to actually accuse the main term.
Yes, you may, thank you.
Court orderlies, I know from previous experience that there is a time limit as to up to when the court can be in session before the transport needs to take place. So I think we just need to establish that.
It's usually 3:30.
Oh, okay, so it's not an issue. Oh, it's not an issue. It's not an issue, my lord. Apparently,
I think we agreed that we can do agenda 16.
yeah.
I heard somewhere Sibanyoni was saying 5. What was he saying then?
No, my lord. No, 4 o'clock is fine.
That's what we agreed to.
Yeah.
Yes.
Mr.
Yes, there's a problem with the transport. And we will make certain compromises with regards to
Stop
the
it. Mr. Teresa,
Okay.
you confirm that you are still under your former oath to speak the truth.
Mawucela manje usuqinisekisa ukuthi ke manje usephansi kwesifungo ukhuluma iqiniso.
Yebo.
The witness confirmed, my lord, that he's still under oath to tell the truth.
And you feel comfortable with what you do, is it okay?
Manje usakulungele ukuthi ungaqhubeka. Nethezekini.
Hayi sase right.
I'm okay, man.
Thank you so much. You may take a seat.
Yabonga inkantolo singaqhubeka.
Thank you. Mr. Hussing has now got the original.
Thank you, my lord.
Uba uGesenge manje seyitholile imininingwane ama original.
Mr. Twele, just for clarity purposes, did you struck any of the occupants of the BMW?
Nje ufuna ukwazi ingaba khona umtholile kulabo behamba nge-BMW ngenhlava uyamshayi.
Ngiyacabangela.
I think so.
What do you mean you think so?
Xa uthi uyacabangela usho ukuthini?
I mean mawudukula imoto uyaye ungazi ukuthi mhlawumbe ibullet elizawungena lenze mhlawumbe lithola umuntu ophakathi or kanjani.
I would say because when you are shooting at a motor vehicle, you never know whether the bullet can enter the car and injure someone or an occupant.
Was there anything any of the occupants did that made you realize that you might have struck one of them?
Ingaba khona okuthize oye wakubona okwenziwe hlezi omunye begibele le moto ukukhombisa ukuthi ngempela lo ngimtholile.
Ngesikhathi sebehamba ukhona wangena imoto sengathi iyahamba. Ngabe still ngidubula.
At the time when they were driving off, there's one occupant who was entering the motor vehicle while it was in motion, and at the time I was shooting.
Anything he did that made you to think that you struck him?
Ukhona kwenzile hlezi ukukhombisa ukuthi hayi lo ngimtholile.
Yeah, like sounds. Yeah.
This is the sound that he made.
Okay. So the last affidavit that we have discussed now that was obtained from you by Sergeant Sitole, you remember on the 25th of June 2021.
Yazi ke manje khona statement esithathu kuwe nguSergeant Sithole ngo-24 zikaJune. What was the year
2025.
Ngo-2025.
Do you remember?
Uyakhumbula? Yes, I do remember.
Can you identify the signature at the bottom? First page, the second page, as well as the third page.
Nayi signature.
Yeah, yeah.
Nayi enye. Nayi enye. The signature. Mawubhekile yes.
Awami.
It's my signature.
I see that the statement was typed. Was it typed by Sergeant Sitole?
Ngiyabona ke manje le statement ke manje siyesa type. Sithathe ubani? Sergeant Sithole?
Ngiyacabanga.
I think so.
So you had this interview with Sergeant Sitole. He typed out the statement, and after you familiarized yourself with the contents, you signed the statement. Is that
Manje ke
correct?
ubona Sergeant Sithole wase ke manje ebhala lesi statement, emva kwebhala le statement wase ekufundela sona, emva kuma manje sekufundele sona wavumelana nemininingwane yaso wase ke manje usign kunjani?
Yes, ngisayinile kodwa ngisayina on this basis ukuthi uthenana ku 2022 2022.
Yes, I did sign it. Uthi kwenze kanjani la?
Bashintshile ngeball pen.
Ngubani?
2022 angimazi ukuthi
Okay.
bashintshile.
Yes, my lord. But the date is changed there. It says 2022.
Yes.
Councillor.
Okay, let's proceed. We'll get to that. Okay. Now, you even had copies in your possession this morning. Did you have a copy of this statement in your possession as well?
Excellent. Waphethe namakhopi. Icopy the statement.
Yeah.
Yes.
And you read through the statement, you refreshed your memory before you came to testify. You
Uye
didn't have it in your
wasifunda la
possession,
statement. Futhi ke manje wase ke manje wenza ukuthi umqondo wakhe manje ukhumbule urefresh ngaphamba uze la uzothula ubufakazi. Kunjani?
Yebo, ngoba bengifuna ukusiza court.
Yes, because I wanted to have court.
Yes, and even now, you confirm the correctness of the statement whilst you are under oath, this particular statement. Is
Futhi
that
ke
correct?
manje nasi statement uthi sinjalo futhi ukhuluma kanjalo phansi kwesifungo ukuthi le statement leso sikhulumile.
Yeah.
Yes.
Apart now from the date that you've referred us to.
Ngaphandle kwele date lele sosikhombise lona
Is that correct?
istatement lesi right. Ngaphandle kwele date losikhombise yona. Ya confirm ukuthi angithi usifundile
Yes.
manje into okhala ngayo le date ngaphandle kwale date uthi yonke into i right.
Mhlambe ngaphinde kube khona abanye amaphutha angavela. Njengoba kwangatype mina kwakutype phela umuntu nalo wayetype la ngatype iphutha. Nakuqalile nje watype i2020 instead of 2022. Savumelana cause iphutha elenziwa umuntu lilungiswa umuntu.
Yeah, but yes, there might be some discrepancies because now this was typed by a human being, and there can be a human being error.
So
Because you can see there, he made an error by typing 2020 instead of 2022.
Mr. Taylor,
Yep.
you read through the statement before you came to testify. Immediately upon confrontation, you said the problem is the typo of 2020 instead of 2022. Is there anything else that you don't agree with in that statement?
Othi ke manje ke Ndosi usosifundile lesi statement futhi ke manje usikhombisile la wathi wenze iphutha laphana ku 2020 ngo 2022. Ingaba khona futhi ngeba sofundile le statement ongavumelani nako okukhona la njengoba sosifundile.
Lokho sizokubona masolo kosifunda idocument.
That one will pick it up after we started reading this document.
Did you not read it before you came to testify?
Azange uyifunde mawuzo thola
So I
ubufakazi.
must, let me just place the following on record. Mr. Mkhele, and we've had more than one consultation, and we missed the date. But before he came to testify yesterday, he brought that date to my attention, and I brought it to the defence's attention. So I don't know what is the issue around the date. It is clearly a human typographical error. It's been corrected, and I don't understand what is the issue about it.
My lord, with respect, I think my learned colleague is misunderstanding my line of cross-examination, because it's nothing to do with the date. I concede what she's telling me. So I just want to try to move on to the rest of the statement, not the date, if it pleases you.
Okay, he's identified the signature.
Yes. So,
So perhaps maybe given the opportunity to maybe read the statement.
yes.
And thereafter we can ask if there's anything that he specifically like to draw your attention.
Would you like to read the statement and bring to your attention?
Akwazi ungafunda statement ndoda sizokuthi manje la ku statement kubhalweni.
Yes, ngiyacela ukufunda.
Funda Ndosi.
Yeah. I Bethwell.
No. Read the statement for yourself.
Oh.
And then tell us whether you're happy
Okay.
with the contents of the statement, whether there's anything that is not correct. happy with the contents?
Yes, I'm happy.
You're happy.
Except for date.
For the date? Yes. But apart from the date, you're happy with the contents. Paragraph 4, you will agree with me. May I, for the court's purpose, perhaps at this stage submit the statement and provide a copy to the witness? Or will it be in order if I only submit the statement after cross-examination? Yes. Of the original to the court. Another original to the court. Paragraph 4. You will agree, you stated on the very same night at about 22:45, I saw 2 vehicles that arrived and parked in front of our guard room at the parking area. That is correct.
Uyabona ke manje ke la ku paragraph 4 ithi ke manje ngalobusuku lobo laphana kuma quarter to 10 uye wabona ke manje imoto ezimbini zifika laphana ke zaphaka ke ngaphambi kwe guard room. Phambi kwale guard room yakho?
Yebo, car park.
Yes, at car park.
Let's go to the second page, paragraph 7.
Lord, I've been made aware of the fact that there was maybe a misunderstanding in the interpretation. The statement reads 22:45. So I don't know if it was correctly.
22, yeah, 22:45, yeah, quarter to 11, yeah.
Paragraph 7, page number 2. I'll take you to the third sentence, the second line. Or let me rather start with the second sentence. I shot, paragraph 7. I shot a total of 15 rounds towards the suspect. Correct?
Lapha manje uthi manje uye wadubula ke manje ama rounds awu 15 kuba labantu basolwa ama suspect.
Yebo kunjalo.
I saw 3 suspects that were in the BMW and only 2 came out of the vehicle during the shooting.
Uthi ke manje la ke manje ubone labantu lama suspect awu 3 and then ke manje lapha ku BMW kepha manje uthi abawu 2 ngabo abayehla kwimoto ngesikhathi lesibekujubulana.
Is that correct?
Injalo. Yes, it's correct.
So can we then take it that your earlier evidence that all 3 of the occupants came out and fired shots is incorrect?
Ngabe sithathe ke manje lo ufakazi ukuthula la mawuthi ke manje bobathathu baye baphuma emotweni basebedubula.
Kwaphuma 2 yadubula. Owesithathu waphuma imoto mayiqeda kuma nayo wadubula. Baphume boyi3 labo bantu.
Yes. The 2 alighted from the motor vehicle. They start shooting. After the motor vehicle came to a standstill, the third person also alighted from the motor vehicle and started shooting.
Did you say that in your statement?
Ukhulume lapha ku statement.
Na kuje khona la statement.
Is there in my statement?
I put it to you, sir, that you put in your statement that only 2 came out of the vehicle during the shooting. Meaning that only 2 alighted from the vehicle and not 3, as per your previous evidence.
Manje la ku statement sakho ikhuluma ngabantu ababili kuphela abaye baphuma. La bajubula. Hayi lokho ukukhulumile ngesikhathi leya ula.
Into eyi1.
It's one thing.
Baphumile kodwa kusala nje badubula boyi3. Akakhume ehluka ukuthi kudubule 2 or kudubule 3 yabantu. Ngishilo ukuthi kuphume 2. Okokuqala bathi bavula iminyango badubula. Nalo wesithathu udrive. Waphuma naye wadubula. Uphumehluko la.
Yet I said that 2 people alighted from the motor vehicle and they started shooting. And the third person also alighted from the motor vehicle and started shooting also. What's the difference? What makes it different?
I put it to you that your evidence, your statement is different from your evidence, and I put it to you that you materially contradicted your statement. Do you have any comment?
Utiyakutshela ke manje ukuthi lokho ukukhulumayo akahambelani nestatement sakho. Shukuthi ke manje statement sakho asihambelani nenkulumo yakho. Ngathini balokho?
Hayi siyambelana mina sami ijudge lizongitshela lo waye ngehlulele.
No, my statement is not contradicting my viva vocal evidence, but the judge
will judge on that.
You don't
Not
want
you.
to explain to us why it's there. You deny that it's there. Correct.
Ofuna sitshela ukuthi lokhu khulumayo naso statements akuhambelani.
Kuyahambelana.
It's the same.
Let me show you the second statement. I will request this honourable court to accept the statement as an exhibit. Please issue.
Do you have a number?
It should be Exhibit A. It's the first witness. The first statement.
We're not, the 220s, we're not going to do.
No. No, my lord. Did we provide the court with an index, a blank index? My lord, I can provide the court with an index. I've left it blank for this specific situation where we haven't numbered the exhibits yet. That is correct, sir, my lord. So Exhibit A is in the typed version. Am I correct?
Yes, correct. A27.
The type statement of veteran examiner dated 25th of June 2025 is hereby accepted on the record as an exhibit.
Let me show you the second statement that you've made, or rather the very first statement.
Athi ke manje ukukhombise ke manje istatement sakho oyawasenza ke manje ekuqaleni statement sakho sokuqala lesi.
Do you identify your signature?
Ngabe khona la usayine khona lapha?
Yebo, signature yami.
Yes, it is my signature.
Do you have a copy of the statement as well?
Bakunikezile ke manje icopy yesi statement.
Check it out. Check out.
This is A6.
Kulawa ngeminyaka yokuqaleni. Kulawa.
On a copy. I do not have this, the copy of this one.
Would you like to read through the statement? See whether you're happy with the contents?
Yeah.
Are you happy with the contents?
Okay, we are traveling. Let me look back.
Angijabuli.
I'm not happy about the contents.
What are you not happy with?
Yini ngajabulisiyo lapha?
Isikhathi abantu ababhalayo bazibhalela nje ubabo.
I'm not happy about the time.
Because it's not my handwriting, this one. Okwami la signature kuphela.
You know, this is not my handwriting. I have only attached my signature.
So I see on the 11th of August 2022, Sergeant Masondo took the statement from you.
Futhi ke manje uyabona laphana ke nge 11 zika-August 2022 uSergeant Masondo uye ke manje uye wathatha istatement kuwe. Yes, correct?
Now, if you say you're not happy with the statement, why did you put your signature on the statement if you were not happy with the contents?
Mawuthi ke manje awujabuleli ke manje le mininingwane. Kungani ke manje uye wasayina?
Ngiyajabula akisho nasekuqaleni indaba yesikhathi. La uthi 2025. And ufuthi lento ayenzekanga nge-2020 isikhathi u-2025 iyenzeke ngo-quarter to like approximately quarter to 11.
Yes, even in the first statement we had a problem about the date.
Even here,
The time.
it's not correct because this incident did not took place around 2025. It took place around
Quarter to somewhere there's quarter to 11.
Around quarter to 11.
Yini inkinga manje masisekula efuna ukusibuyisela back to kule yanto yesikhathi. Isikhathi sisikhulumile kule version yokuqala.
Okay, just refer me to the point, the portion that you are not happy with.
uthi ke manje mkhombisa indawo le ethi akujabulisi.
Nangu 2025.
2025. The time they is pointing at the time.
So the time at about 2025, you are not happy with that.
Awujabulani isikhathi. Yes.
So, but with the rest of the statement, you are happy with the contents.
Yes.
And you confirm the contents of the statement under oath even now, correct?
Namanje le mininingwane ke manje phansi kwesifungu shuthi ke manje right. Uvumelana nayo. Yes,
So
correct.
let's just proceed to the 8th line from the very same page, from 2025, where the time is given as 2025. It starts with "I don't know." Do you see that? Do you see that, sir? Let me read it to you. Are you able to follow?
I don't after the one
I don't know. It starts with "I don't know what time."
which
It's still paragraph 3. If you come closer, I think you can show it.
Lord, I don't want to interrupt, but maybe my little friend can just indicate to us, A, what is he busy with at this point in time, because we seem to be in a bit of a...
I think I did. A6, bracket, capital A.
A6 capital A.
Yes. All right, so I need you just to follow me. It's just this last aspect. I don't know what time it was.
Just 1 second, Mr. President. Councillor, you covered it. You got that statement?
No, my lord, because what we've got, both Mr. Revere and myself, reads totally different. That is the issue that we've got.
Can I quickly approach my colleague?
Just approach him. You see, you can find it. Sorry, 1 second. Councillor, you covered. What is the date of that statement, Mr. President?
The date of the statement is the 11th of August 2022. My instructing attorney has provided my co-counsel with a copy.
Lord, we did not, that was not disclosed to us. We don't have it. We've got a different one, that is marked A6, but the one that we've just been handed is not a document that that's been disclosed or discovered to us.
My lord, I've disclosed what I have, so if it wasn't received by the defence, I've got no explanation for that. My learned friend, Advocate Gissen, has it, so it's strange to me that the other council don't have it.
Mr. Choke, do you by any chance have A6 11?
We
A6 capital A.
I cannot really comment because we did not print, for us, we did not print the entire documents that are not relevant to our case.
But it was given to you in electronic format.
Yes, certain statements were given to us later.
So this time you're not aligning yourself?
I do. It's only that like this evidence doesn't really concern me. And
My Lord, maybe just for the record, so that it reflects, we got disclosure right in the beginning. The disclosure that my learned friends got was much later than our disclosure. So obviously the only inference to be drawn is at the time we got disclosure, this document was not part of the bundle that was disclosed to us. May I please?
My Lord, we can provide it now. It is a 2-page, 3-page document.
If you can quickly just email it to council so we can
Unfortunately, I don't have email facilities here, but I do have a memory stick, my Lord. I have a memory stick that I can.
We've provided a hard copy to Advocate van der Heever.
Council, are you comfortable with the copy that was given to you by Mr.
I will use this one in the meantime. I will share it. Thank you.
There is an application, my lord, from the accused person, from the witness.
Mr. Thobejane?
No, see?
Nkosi yenkantolo.
My lord.
Mina ngiyadumala mina. Inkantolo engaka abantu bazoveza i-evidence kancane kancane abanye abanayo abanye banayo. Ukuthi kanti kusetshenzwa kanjani la ekhaya?
My lord, this is now, surprises me in such the highest court of the land, people are giving evidence in pieces. Some of them they do have document, some of them they do not have document.
Thank you.
So,
Mr. Interpreter, are you with me?
I'm with you, yes, I'm there.
So let me read to you. I don't know what time it was, as I would use my cell phone to check time, and we are not allowed to carry cell phones whilst on duty.
Uthi ke manje awazi ukuthi isikhathi besithini laphana ngoba laphana ubungephathanga i-cellphone yakho makhala kukhwini wakho ngoba ke manje emsebenzini wakho abanivumeli ukuthi ke manje niphathe omakhala kukhwini.
Yebo kunjalo.
That's correct.
So in stark contrast to your previous statement stating that the incident transpired at 22:45 in the evening, in this affidavit you state that you did not know what the time was.
La uthi wayengasazi isikhathi. Kwenye affidavit uthi ke manje yenzeke ngo-22:45.
Ngeke ngayichaza izindaba esikhathi.
I did explain.
Ngiyichazile before, clean.
The time issue.
Manje,
and I explained it explicit.
Manje wayesidlala umjika Joe.
It's
now like now we are going around circles.
No, sir. No, you did not. Let me refer you to the portion that you say that you have explained. So it's the third line, paragraph 3, Mr. Interpreter. The third line, it starts with at about 20:25.
Which statement?
I complained. The third line.
Which one?
Fourth line.
This one. The very same statement.
Yes, very same statement, paragraph 3.
Yes.
Fourth line, at about 20:25. Are you with me? This is the portion that the witness has explained.
Yes, at about 20:25, yes.
I complained to Sergeant Security Officer Mazibuku about the malfunctioning of my radio and he told me that he would bring the radio to me.
Uthi ke manje ngo-8:25 entambama uyeke manje wafaka isikhalazo ku safety or security officer Mazibuko nge radio lakho elingasebenzi kahle wase ekela ukuthi ke uzakulethela elinye eradio.
Yep.
Yes, that's what you explained. Not the fact that you didn't know what time the incident transpired. That's what I'm referring you.
Yinto bakutshela yona asukuthi manje awazi ukuthi ke manje lesigameko senzeke esikhathi bani.
Ngeke ngayisho indaba esikhathi isigameko senzeke 25 to ile ukupick up kwe radio lo. Mina mangifunda ithi radio ayisho ukuthi incident yenzeke esikhathini la.
The time is all about the radio here. It's not about the incident.
Sir, it won't assist for me to argue with you. I'll leave it for argument. I would just want to put to you that on minor aspects, your evidence appears to be dishonest. And you are not taking this court into your confidence for reasons unknown to us.
What can man get? It was none. Yeah, I'll tell you
on what basis, I need to object to this, on what basis does my learned friend say that the witness is dishonest? Because there's more than one interpretation as to the differentiation between the affidavits. To say to this witness that he's dishonest is, to me, disingenuous, to say the least.
Let me rephrase and say that you've materially contradicted yourself in your evidence in court and statements stated under oath.
Uthi ke manje inkulumo yakho ayihambelani nenkulumo ke manje oyikhulume la uhlezi khona ayihambelani futhi nento ebhalwe la.
Iyambelana clear ngoba akisho la ukupick up ke radio. Ngirepotile ukuthi radio ayisebenzi. Yini into esikhulumayo la upick up ke radio ukuthi ithathe isikhatsini nokwenza kwensinto ufuna sikubhaqe ngibe into eyi-1.
There's no contradiction here because now here about this time we are talking about the radio. When I went to pick up the radio.
As the court pleases, I think the affidavit speaks for itself. I'll request the Honourable Court to accept it as an exhibit, and I propose that it will be to be marked exhibit B. Court pleases. Thank you, my lord. No further questions.
Put to the witness on the minor aspects of the case. You've not said anything about the major aspects.
Can I leave that for argument? Otherwise, I'll have to argue with the witness.
I suppose it will not be appropriate for you to comment on this examination because we'll have to interject you after a few minutes.
As the court pleases, I can start first thing.
You want to start?
No, I can start tomorrow.
We are starting the matter until tomorrow. Am I correct, Mr. Williams?
As the court pleases, my lord.
See my client's raising his hands, my approach. Thank you, my lord. I have been asked by my client to bring to the court's attention that they are finding it extremely difficult during the time that they're in court the entire day, as they do not get breakfast before they come. They get a very limited meal for lunch, and they then arrive at prison too late for having supper. They are therefore very limited in food that they are able to consume due to the fact that we are sitting on a daily basis. It's not an isolated situation. The request is whether the family can be allowed to bring them at least breakfast in the morning that they can last through the day.
That request, I suggest, will be directed to the Department of Correctional Services and SABC. I think they have their own rules and regulations. Both in prison and here itself. I think we can just maybe take it up with the self-command.
They have endeavored to do so, my lord. They have indicated that they have only the lunch that they provide to them. They showed it to us. It's a very small portion, and that's the only food that they get on a daily basis for the entire week.
What we can do is, who is there from the Department of Correctional Services? Anyone you said? No one?
Correctional service la.
Lord, there's nobody present in court from correctional services. They normally dressed in the brown uniforms, and the only people present here are police officers themselves.
My lord, with your indulgence, accused number one also indicated to me that that is his position as well. Just to join course with a request brought to your attention by Mr.
I just heard the obvious saying that because the matter is running on a daily basis, the accused are now struggling with the news. Hasn't that come back to bite the council? Because the council were insisting the matter was going to come as I want to day, uninterrupted.
Which council was that?
Which
council was that, my lord?
I won't mention names. I suppose the accused persons are being escorted by members of the South African Police Services, am I correct? From prison. Who is responsible for being in charge of the transport of the accused from prison? Can we perhaps maybe, when I take the adjournment, can I just maybe ask counsel quickly with the member from the South African Police Services, the POPs, just to see me in chambers for today. Let's see if we can reach some kind of an agreement. Is that okay? Citizen? You're fine. Ladies and gentlemen, you may rise. Thank you. Most kindly.
I know, the gallery sit down. Gallery sit down. Thank you.
Because the people in the gallery, since they stood up with the people once they see, I will perhaps send them with them to sunset. The accused, we have run out of sitting court hours, which necessitates the matter to be postponed. The court has noted the cause of complaint raised by the accused in relation to the nourishment that they are receiving. To that extent, the court will then, as soon as the matter is postponed for tomorrow, engage your counsel as well as the person in charge from the South African Police Services that's responsible for your transport to see if we can make some kind of an arrangement if possible. In the circumstances, your matter then is postponed back to the High Court of South Africa, Gauteng Division, Johannesburg, sitting here at the High Court Johannesburg Court number 4F to Wednesday, the 22nd day of July, 2026 at 09:30 or soon thereafter as the matter shall be heard. Accused number 1, 2, and 3, gentlemen, you are in custody. You shall remain in custody until then. Accused number 4 and 5, you are on bail. Your bail is extended according to the same conditions as previously, and you are warned to return to this court tomorrow, Court 4F, at 09:30 or soon thereafter as the matter shall be heard. The state witness, Mr. Bethwell Dele, sir, thank you so much for your attendance at court today. Sadly, so we are unable to have completed your evidence, which necessitates your return here tomorrow. You are also warned to return to the High Court of South Africa, Gauteng Division, Johannesburg, sitting here at the High Court Court 4F on Wednesday, 22nd day of July 2026 at 09:30, or soon thereafter the message shall be. And to remain in attendance until you are expelled. Failure for you to return and or to remain in attendance may result in the state applying for a warrant of your arrest. Last point before you interpret. You are still under cross-examination and you are not to discuss the nature of your evidence with anyone.
Wendosi inkantolo iyabonga ngokuza uzothula bofakazi phambi kwenkantolo, inkantolo ebonga kakhulu futhi ke manje inkantolo semanje iyaxolisa ngoba abazange baqale ukubuza imibuzo siyezwana manje lento iyaqhubeka kulangana ngomso manje inkantolo iyaxolisa ukuthi kufuze uze la enkantolo High Court of South Africa F4F la eJohannesburg futhi ke manje inkantolo iyaxolisa ukuthi ke manje makunwenzeka ukuthi ungafika enkantolo umshushisi ngahle ke manje akhiphe warrant of arrest uhambe uyoboshwa siyezwana so inkantolo iyaxolisa ngalokho ukuthi ke manje ufike la phambi kwenkantolo.
Ngiyakuzwisisa.
Understood, man.
Mr. Tobia, can I take it, it's common knowledge, that when accused persons are being brought from prison during the course of their trial, they ordinarily not return to their cells. They stay in another holding area. And if they return there slightly late, they even miss their evening meals. So they're kept in that holding area for the duration of the time that they're in court, which from the court's experience creates a bit of a challenge for the accused persons. So I think to that extent, just confirm with your clients if that is the position so that when we do approach the South African Police Services, we've got proper information at hand to see how we can try to assist.
I have confirmed that with my client, my lord, and he has indicated to me that they do not get dinner when they arrive. It's simply too late.
Okay, good. Then I shall see the accused persons tomorrow. Thank you very much. Counsel, I'll see you for a few moments in chambers relating to the specific aspect. Sir, would you please also just come to chambers, we can have a quick discussion, okay?
Usephansi kwesifungo nje usakithi awuhambi uyokhuluma ngeqala awukhulumi nawo bani ne usephansi kwesifungo yazwakala. No, I omitted this one that is still under oath.
Yeah. Same thing that if he's even going to happen to sleep in his sleep, he must sleep in the South African Thank you. The court then having no further order of business, we will take the adjournment. I shall see counsel in chambers.
All rise in court. Start saying.
Thank you.
Uyambambela ngizothola kusasa.
Wonke ngawakho. Shutha wakho wonke.
Yeah, kusho njalo.